626. This coercion implies a diversion of resources and men from productive to unproductive purposes, with the unproductive consumption fund growing. An excessive rate of accumulation which lowers the standard of living of the producers thus leads to a growth rate which is less than the optimum, both because of the reduced productive effort of the workers and because of the wastage of an increasing proportion of the social surplus product for unproductive purposes. The maximum rate of accumulation is never the optimum rate, that is, it never makes possible the most rapid growth of the economy. The optimum rate of accumulation, the one that makes possible the quickest growth, taking into account all the above-mentioned factors, cannot obviously be determined except through a series of experiments, successive approximations, and broadly democratic discussions. Indeed, the workers' reactions to different variations in their standard of living are not given once for all time. On the contrary, they are an extremely variable element, which depends on historical factors, the past and present standard of living, psychological factors, the hopes and disappointments of the masses, political factors, their relative confidence in the leadership of the country, and social factors, the extent to which they effectively participate in the management of the economy and of the separate enterprises. These reactions may even vary within a single country from period to period, according to circumstances. In a country like the USA, the marginal growth of the workers' productive effort depends less on an increase in wages than on a change in the hierarchical structure of the enterprise and in the producers' feeling of being masters in the house. In a country like India, or Indonesia, however, the elasticity of this effort in relation to the standard of living will be considerable. The experience of the USSR during the first five-year plan affords a striking example of this proposition. In order to achieve the aims of the first five-year plan, an increase in wage labor force from 11.3 million to 14.8 or 15.8 million workers had been envisaged. In reality, this force had to be increased to 22.9 million, that is, the number of workers hired had to be twice what had been envisaged, in order to arrive at the results of 1932. 50. Even so, the aims of the first five-year plan were not realized in most branches of industry, 51, and this despite the fact that employment in industry alone exceeded by 50% the figure envisaged by the plan, 6.3 million as against 4.1 million. The conclusion is self-evident. The actual productivity of labor was over 35% or less than what had been envisaged. P2 was less than 65% of P1*. Note on the law of priority in the development of the capital goods sector. The theory by which the capital goods sector must increase more quickly than the consumer goods sector, in order to ensure a high growth rate in the economy, is based on a crude confusion. From the reproduction diagrams in Marx it merely follows that the absolute amount accumulated in Department I must be higher than the absolute amount accumulated in Department II in order to ensure expanded reproduction, but not at all that the rate of accumulation has to be higher in Department I than in Department II. Maurice Daub, who has endeavored to justify mathematically the official Soviet doctrine on this point, has merely shown that if the growth rate of I is not higher than that of II, the rate of growth of II will not be able to increase in the long run. 54. But the future increase of this rate is neither a necessity nor a consolation for a too exiguous rate in the present. A harmonious increase in the two departments, with a practically equal rate in both, is as possible as it is often economically desirable. Following several other writers. Ch. Bettelheim shows that the larger the proportion of total investments devoted to Department I, the larger the future growth in the national income compared with the present growth. 55. But the converse is also true, the more investment is directed exclusively into I, the more it relates to long-term projects, and the slower will be the immediate growth of the national income. This obviously cannot be the ideal situation, to stagnate for 30 years in the hope that, later on, one will get shaved for nothing. It is odd that Bettelheim here forgets what he had nevertheless grasped at the outset of his work. These transformations cannot take place at the speed desired, despite the interests opposed to them, unless the state's activity really takes this direction and unless this activity is powerfully backed by the social forces which are to benefit from economic development. In its turn, this backing will not be given, with the necessary power, unless those who are to benefit from economic development appreciate from the start that the economic policy being applied involves real advantages for them. 56. Paul A. Barron acknowledges that there is a correlation between the rate of accumulation, the level of consumption, and the ability and willingness to work on the part of the population. 57. But he overlooks entirely the problem of the proportion of the surplus product which is unproductively consumed, or accumulated, and he gives a mistaken interpretation of what has happened in the USSR, declaring that by 1937, the food problem had been solved in the USSR and that the production of consumer goods thenceforth achieved an adequate growth. 58. Soviet leaders, including Khrushchev himself, have contradicted this prettified interpretation of the facts and confirmed the analysis we have developed above. For several years now Soviet writers have even been declaring that priority in the development of Department I, capital goods, as compared with Department II, consumer goods, is a law of socialist expanded reproduction. 59. This conception includes several erroneous extrapolations of the Marxist theory, and formulae, of capitalist expanded reproduction, to make these applicable to the expanded reproduction of a transitional society, and a fortiori to a socialist society. Let us recall first of all that the formulae of capitalist expanded reproduction do not reflect relations between quantities of products but relations of value. The fact that Department II increases in this case more slowly than Department I corresponds above all to the increase in the organic composition of capital. The newly produced value tends to be distributed in such a way that variable capital, wages, occupies a smaller place than in the division of the social product in the previous cycle. And as, under the capitalist regime, growth in the productivity of labor is justified only on condition that wage costs are reduced, running parallel to this increase in the organic composition of capital is a slower growth of Department II than of Department I. One can, however, perfectly well imagine a planned economy developing with a growth rate of producers' consumption equal to the general growth rate of the economy, that is, without increasing the rate of investment. Expanded reproduction would be quite well ensured under these conditions, as is shown. From one cycle to the next one might envisage 2-year or 3-year cycles, to give an appearance of realism. The social product, the product of each of these two departments, the incomes and consumption of the producers, rise in the same proportion, namely, 25%. At the same time, expanded reproduction is ensured because in absolute value the volume of Department I has increased more than the volume of Department II. Between the first cycle and the fourth, the production of Department I has increased by 7,625, and that of Department II by only 4,575. With an equal growth rate in both departments, the quantity of instruments of labor, of equipment, put at society's disposal, has increased in absolute terms so as to ensure a steady growth in social production. Kronrod and other Soviet writers object that under these conditions the social productivity of labor ceases to grow*, but in a socialized and planned economy the growth in the organic composition of capital, the expression is, of course, out of place. That is, the reduction of the share of the social product going to wages, is not at all a necessary condition for growth of the social productivity of labor. The latter may result from the fact that thanks to the absolute growth of Department I, the number of hours of labor needed to produce the social product declines, relatively or even absolutely. This increase in the productivity of labor would have been perfectly well realized if, in the successive cycles of our example, the hours of labor put in had evolved as follows: first cycle, 12,800 produced by 128 billion hours of labor. Second cycle, 16,000 produced by 140 billion hours of labor. Third cycle, 20,000 produced by 150 billion hours of labor. Fourth cycle, 25,000 produced by 160 billion hours of labor. This would imply an increase in productivity successively by 13.5%, 18%, and 17.2%. Increased productivity of labor may also manifest itself simply in the fact that from one cycle to the next the quantity produced increases more quickly than the value. If, to simplify matters, the production of Department I be reduced to production of steel and that of Department II to production of textile goods, there will be an increase in productivity when, in our example, production in quantitative terms evolves like this. One must always keep in mind that the productivity of labor is in the last analysis a matter of quantities of products created by hours of labor, and not necessarily of values with different organic compositions. All the foregoing assumes, of course, a certain initial ratio in the division of capital goods between the two departments, a certain ratio between stock of capital and current production, etc. If these ratios are not satisfactory at the start, it may be inevitable that Department I should develop at a faster rate than Department II. This, however, is a question of a particular situation, not of a general law of socialist expanded reproduction. Kronrod himself seems to sense the gap in his argument when he says, each unit produced is created with an expenditure of labor, both living and congealed, which is being reduced all the time, but, on the scale of social production, its creation, like the production of the continuously growing amount of total product, requires the application, in the last analysis, of a relatively ever-increasing amount of means of production. This in turn implies that the production of Department I increases faster than that of Department II, not only, as regards value but also as regards physical volume too. A moment's reflection will show that this conclusion does not follow at all. A single machine can nowadays produce 10 times the amount of newsprint that could be produced 20 years ago. The amount of means of production does not in the least have to increase faster than the amount of consumer goods produced. Indeed, it often increases much more slowly, and this happens precisely during phases of technological revolution. Once producer goods capacity is sufficient to supply the replacement needs of the consumer goods industries and the normal additional needs imposed by the prescribed rate of growth, there is nothing to stop the two departments of the economy from expanding in step with one another at a constant rate, given constancy of capital/output ratios, which is always assumed by Soviet economists in their theoretical six writings. What the rate is will, of course, depend on the ratio between the stock of capital, Arlsik funds in Soviet terminology, in the two sectors 8. The economic function of socialist democracy. We have just been considering the problem of the optimum rate of accumulation from the economic standpoint, now we must look at it from the social angle. While it is wrong to claim that any increase in the accumulation fund of an underdeveloped country can result only from an absolute lowering of producers' consumption, it is true that any increase in this fund represents a relative surrender of current consumption on the part of the workers. The resources used to make machines might have been used to produce consumer goods. It is specific to capitalist production that the investment decisions are taken behind the backs of the workers and the mass of the people. The fixing of the rate of investment, and of the real volume of their own consumption, which to a large extent results from this, takes place in a way totally independent of their will. Contrary to what is alleged by the neoclassical economists, investment is indeed a sacrifice of consumption, but it is not the capitalists but the producers who make the sacrifice. It is imposed upon the latter by the mechanism of market economy, the capitalist rules of the game. In an economy which is planned in a bureaucratic and centralist fashion, it is the central authorities, some organ of central government, as Dobb. 64. puts it, who arbitrarily decide the rate of investment which determines the amount of real consumption by the masses. Once again, sacrifices are imposed without the victims being asked their views and without obtaining their prior consent. Such a system of management is contrary to the principles of socialism, and, furthermore, it leads to economic results which are inferior to those of a more democratic system of management. It entrusts controlling power over the social surplus product exclusively to the central political, economic, and military administration. It thereby gives the central administration the power to dominate and subordinate the whole of society. What the Soviet Communist Party nowadays calls, in hardly Marxist terms, Excess in the personality cult is merely the ultimate culmination of this sort of arbitrary power of the bureaucracy over the economy and the whole of society. Inevitably, in conditions where shortage of goods still prevails to a marked degree, such a concentration of the social surplus product in the hands of a central administration implies the conferring of substantial privileges on its members. Thus, while the decision between consumption and investment out of the deducted surplus value is the crucial one for the rate of development of an economy, it remains true that whoever makes the decision would be in a privileged consumption position whatever be the direction of his decision. This position of being the privileged consumer follows directly from the strategic role that the persons who make the decision occupy in an economy. 65. The revolution effected by socialism in the economic and social stroke. 632. THIRD implies that decisions aiming at the devotion of part of the resources available for potential current consumption to the development of the productive forces must be taken by the mass of those concerned, in person. In contrast both to capitalism and to bureaucratic planning, these sacrifices thereby become freely agreed sacrifices. This may in some cases mean a growth rate lower than the optimum, though this is not at all certain *, but even in such cases, the mistake made is most educative, and will not soon be repeated. Only in a system of bureaucratic planning, exempt from all public discussion and frank criticism, could such crying mistakes of economic policy as were committed in the agricultural sphere in the USSR between 1928 and 1953 be persisted in for 25 years, without being corrected. Experience has thus already settled the question. On the average and in the long run, socialist democracy makes possible not only more harmonious but also faster growth of the economy than bureaucratic planning. Planned Economy and Market EC01 WMY. The necessity of a transition period follows precisely from the fact that on the morrow of the abolition of capitalism, society is still living in a situation of relative shortage of consumer goods. The allocation of consumer goods during the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism must therefore be effected essentially through exchange, that is, through buying and selling. Consumer goods continue to be commodities. Leaving aside the social wage, the labor force is essentially paid in money. A huge monetary sector therefore continues to exist in the economy. Some writers have seen in the survival of money and commodity economy in the USSR the prime source and cause of its bureaucratization. This is, for instance, the view taken by A. Panicoke and by Bordiga *, who argue strongly for abolition of money as soon as the means of production are socialized. 68. This idea mixes up cause and effect. And Bukharin's views 69 were very close to this ultimatist idea and to some extent fathered it. The survival of money economy and market economy is a consequence, not a cause of the relative shortage of consumer goods. The distortion or degeneration of the state and the economy on bureaucratic lines results in the last analysis from the same inadequacies in the degree of development of the productive forces. By abolishing money economy and market economy one abolishes only the barometer, not the frost itself. The certificates or labor tokens which would take the place of money would merely be ration cards and, like ration cards, these tokens would soon start circulating, even if the law were to forbid it. Consumers' tastes and needs are different. One man would willingly surrender his milk ration in return for an extra ration of tobacco, a mother would give up her meat ration to get a double ration of milk for her children. This circulation of the tokens would be stimulated by speculation, which inevitably arises in a situation of shortage. Soon, as on the continent of Europe during the Second World War, a cigarette standard or a bread standard would come into being, in place of the accursed gold standard or paper money. In a richer society, it might be an electric light bulb standard. As the use of such media is clumsier, less flexible, and more complicated than that of banknotes, the ordinary worker would find himself a good deal worse off than in the days of the barometer. Especially would he find that he was being more easily cheated by traders. The existence of a market for consumer goods is nowadays generally accepted as a lesser evil for the transition period. But what does it imply where capital goods are concerned? How will the prices of these goods be fixed? How will economic planning fit in with commodity production and market economy? In the history of socialist ideas, this question has been answered in two diametrically opposite ways. One has confined itself to the sphere of theory, while the other triumphed in practice for 25 years. The first answer was that given by Professors Taylor, Oscar Lang, Hall, Lerner, Dickinson, etc., set out most clearly by Lang in his work on the economic theory of socialism, and expounded in 1956 by the Polish professor W. Bruss. 71. The second answer was given by the practice of Soviet planning in the Stalin epoch and the doctrine which inspired it, or tried to justify it. Taylor, followed by Lang and the other writers mentioned above, started out from the supreme objection to socialism formulated by the neoclassical economists of the marginalist school, namely, that it would be impracticable because it would make impossible any economic calculation which presupposed a market. At the beginning of the century, however, such economists as Pareto and Barone showed the fallacy of this view. 12. The marginalists then prudently withdrew to a second line of defense. Economic calculation would be possible under socialism, in theory, but not in practice, because it would imply the simultaneous solving of millions of equations. Taylor and Lang reply to this objection that it arises from a confusion regarding the nature of prices. It is true that the formation of prices results, on the market, from decisions made independently by thousands of consumers and producers, they say. But, in practice, every consumer and every producer behaves at any given moment as though the prices confronting him were immutable data, except in a few places, such as the stock exchange, where permanent and universal haggling goes on. This is what Lang calls the parametric function of prices. 73. The latter end by changing only as the ultimate result of thousands of reactions dictated by the given prices. Now, Taylor and Lang go on, there is nothing to stop the planning organs from working in exactly the same way. They would start from historically given prices. These would have to be treated as immutable data by the heads of enterprises and by the consumers. If these prices were not real, if they did not correspond to marginal value as these writers put it, or to a price of production, as we should say, phenomena either of shortage or of overproduction would appear. These would encourage increased production of the goods whose prices were in excess of marginal costs and reduced production of those whose prices were below these costs, and so lead to price reductions in the former instance and price increases in the latter. 74. After a few adjustments, equilibrium prices would be established, just as happens on the capitalist market. This solution, which implies the use of pseudo-competitive procedures, is ingenious and harmonious, but it suffers from several serious weaknesses. The successive and continual adjustments as productive processes change, as well as consumers' demands, the equilibrium prices would be altering all the time, would always be made after the event, which would mean considerable waste and losses. When the prices of perishable goods had been fixed at too high a level, the goods would have perished before the price changes had been carried out. When the prices of raw materials had been fixed at too low a level, they would have been wasted in the manufacture of certain goods. These prices would not be raised until the mistake had been perceived. Actually, a system of prices like this, guided by the market, would reproduce a number of negative features of capitalist economy. In a comparatively underdeveloped country, all investment plans which demand a lot of machinery would be systematically held back in favor of projects requiring plenty of labor and little machinery, because the latter would be too expensive. The rate of economic growth would be nearer that of a capitalist economy than that of the USSR and other countries with a socialized economy. Furthermore, the investment decisions taken by enterprises and calculations of the volume of productive capacity currently being used would suffer from the same lack of information, and would tend to give rise to the same cumulative movements as are characteristic of the decisions taken by capitalist businessmen. 75. Planning implies a choice between various possibilities. A choice of priorities. The fixing of equilibrium prices is only a means, not an end. The achievement of certain high-priority aims chosen not arbitrarily but with the consent of the majority of the working people may make necessary the abandonment of certain equilibrium prices or certain market mechanisms. The existence of a mass of unemployed in an underdeveloped area of a large country may be seen as a factor of social waste and misery graver than the sale of certain goods below or above their real prices. It may happen that the market mechanisms, reduced rates of interest, subsidies, etc., will not be adequate to attract enterprises into this area. In that case it would be preferable to determine the location of enterprises or to fix a volume of investment through central decision and to subsidize the work thus undertaken. But without autonomy of decision by enterprises in the sphere of investment there is no true market of capital goods. And without such a market there is no spontaneous formation of prices for these goods. In fact, imperative planning and the socialization of the means of production restrict very much this autonomy of decision by enterprises so far as the total amount and the general direction of investments are concerned. The whole superiority of planned economy as compared with capitalist economy lies precisely in the fact that it substitutes the concept of the maximum overall efficiency of investment by the community for the concept of maximum profitability of each separate enterprise. 76. The former concept, while making possible a higher growth rate than 636. The latter does not necessarily imply a sum of profitabilities of which each one is higher than under the latter concept. It may indeed imply a lower degree of profitability, and even work at a loss. In certain enterprises, what survives from Taylor and Lang's argument is the necessity for the planning authorities to draw up regularly tables of real costs of production, averages, and also costs in particular enterprises, following the procedure these writers suggest. But the lists of current prices of capital goods, which are imposed on the enterprises and from which follow the prices of consumer goods to be paid by consumers, may vary momentarily. Or in the case of certain goods, from these tables. If such variations are unavoidable in order to realize certain aims of the plan. If Taylor and Lang err through doctrinaire exaggeration in the matter, the practice of Soviet prices in the Stalin era certainly erred in the opposite sense, through a crude pragmatism which made the entire price structure obscure and led to the worst absurdities. At the start, the Soviet authorities fixed real prices to which they added, at rates varying according to the particular goods, a turnover tax or from which they deducted a subsidy. The former provided the financial resources for accumulation, at the expense of the consumers, while the latter encouraged the use of production methods with a high intensity of capital. As a result, however, of currency inflation, of the upheaval in agriculture, of successive and arbitrary alterations in prices, the central authorities themselves lost sight of the relation between the directive prices laid down by Gosplan and the real costs of production. Serious distortions appeared, especially in the agricultural sphere, and made practically impossible the calculation of the relative profitability of different investment projects. These distortions inflicted considerable losses on Soviet economy. The rational relation between plan and market has to be placed halfway between these two extremes. The plan must make full use of the market, without ever yielding passively to it. It must, if it can, guide the market by means of incentives. It must, if need be, coerce the market by means of injunctions, every time that this is required for the realization of its priority aims, as freely decided by the working people. Certain theoreticians claim that, because they leave consumers and enterprises the illusion of freedom of choice, incentives are always preferable to injunctions. This argument sometimes has dubious psychological value. Does the consumer really react differently to a sudden price increase of 100% and to the re-establishment of rationing for the product concerned? This argument implies, moreover, an inacceptable surrender of the criterion of efficiency and social interest. Whenever the use of incentives would delay the solution of an important economic or social problem and thereby reduce the well-being of the masses, there must be no hesitation in the use of injunctions. It is well appreciated that the efficiency of such injunctions, both as regards distribution of labor and as regards private consumption, is very much open to doubt. In this sphere, abuse of such methods risks bringing the planner to the brink of civil mobilization and forced labor, methods which are incompatible with socialist democracy and planning based on consent by the majority of the working people. Planning techniques. The transition period is above all the period of planned growth. We must now define the methods of planning and the general economic problems to which this growth gives rise. Planning is a technique for coordinating economic activities in order to achieve certain priority aims. Socialist planning pursues the aim of increasing the socialized productive forces so as to ensure an increasing abundance of goods and services for the citizens, to ensure thereby the all-round development of their personalities, and to bring about, as a long-term prospect, the withering away of market economy, classes, social inequality, the state, and the division of labor. Socialist planning presents problems on different planes, that of the economy as a whole, that of the various branches of industry, and sectors of consumption, and that of particular enterprises and households. The key problem of planning is the allocation of existing resources so as to ensure the desired rate of growth, in order to attain the aims which have been selected as having priority. Intrinsic, objective, variables can be chosen, either the volume of employment, or the volume of production, the volume of consumption, the increase in the kind of production desired, or several of these factors taken together. In an economy subject to chronic unemployment or underemployment, the rate of growth of the necessary production can be worked out on the basis of an average increase in productivity taken as already given. If the latter increases by 3% per year, if the occupied population increases by 1%, or if 20% of the occupied population suffers from unemployment or underemployment which has to be absorbed, and if this aim has to be achieved within 10 years, then the annual increase in production must be fixed, at least, at 6%, or 3 plus 1 plus h, which will increase annual employment by 3%. Moreover, it is possible to combine the aim of full employment with that of a definite increase in domestic consumption, by the producers, for instance, doubling the volume of this consumption in 638. 10 years. Suppose that in order to increase income by 1 unit we need to invest productively 3 net units. A growth rate of 6% for the national income therefore implies an investment rate of 18%. Suppose that unproductive consumption cannot be reduced below IO% of current income, and that domestic consumption by the producers accounts for 75% of the national income at the time when the plan comes into operation. Domestic consumption will thus have to be increased from index 75 to index 150. Now, an annual growth rate of 6% will give us at the end of 10 years a national income of 180. If domestic consumption increases to 72% of this product, 100-10-18, we shall have attained only index 130, instead of index 150. It follows, therefore, that to achieve at one and the same time the objective of full employment, mentioned above, and the objective of doubling domestic consumption, a higher annual growth rate is needed, namely, 7%. To double domestic consumption in 10 years by reaching an annual growth rate of 7%, one cannot raise the investment rate above 18% if unproductive consumption absorbs 10% of current income. In fact, a growth rate of 7% will bring income at the end of 10 years to index 2075, which implies index 150 for domestic consumption, if the latter takes 72% of income. The aim is thus to be attained either by increasing annual employment by 7% instead of 3%, if the existing stock of capital permits a proportionate increase in production, or by increasing productivity by 4% instead of 3%, if technological progress makes it possible to reach this result thanks to the increase in the volume of investment, which grows from index 15 to index 25.3 after 5 years and to index 37.3 after 10 years, instead of growing to indices 24.1 and 32.2 respectively, as had originally been planned, or else by combining these two methods. The second would be preferable, since the first implies an increase in income per head of persons employed which is lower than had been envisaged, and since it risks causing a shortage of labor, if potential reserves, immigration, unproductive jobs, non-working housewives, etc., are not available. These calculations relate to the great masses of annual product and annual income, domestic consumption, public consumption, rate and volume of investment, employment, occupied population, increase in average productivity, ratio between existing stock of capital and current income, ratio between net investment and gross investment *, etc. They are indispensable as basic calculations. They at once reveal the difficulties that have to be overcome, in the example we have chosen achieving the annual increase in productivity. They determine the extent of the relative sacrifices that the working people would have to accept. They must therefore be the subject of previous public discussion, with scope for expression of critical and contradictory views. In this way, the masses will be able to choose in full awareness the variant, which seems to them the best, so that the people's sacrifices may in truth be freely agreed, with full knowledge of what is involved. But this fixed framework must now be filled in with a more and more concrete content. After deciding on priority aims which involve both an overall growth rate and a growth rate for consumers' expenditure, one can translate these two rates into the various categories of consumer goods and capital goods. But they do not at all imply an equal rate of growth for all branches of industry. In the 19th century, studying the evolution of family budgets of Belgian workmen, the Prussian statistician Engel discovered that consumer expenditure was subject to certain statistical laws. The more income increases, the more the share of it devoted to buying food declines. Among these expenses for food, the share of what are called rough or basic products, bread or other basic cereals, potatoes, pork meat, and fat, etc., declines as compared with what are called noble products, dairy products, fruit, sugar, beef, and veal, etc. The validity of this law has been confirmed by a threefold test: the differences in the structure of consumer expenditure, in a given period, between different classes of society, the differences in the structure of consumer expenditure in a particular country during the successive phases of economic evolution, the structural differences in consumption in different countries which, at a given moment, are at different levels of relative wealth. Thus in 1956, expenditure on food represented the following percentage of consumers' total expenditure, at current prices. Furthermore, between 1938 and 1956, consumption per head of cereals and potatoes, on the one hand, and of meat, on the other, evolved as follows, in percentages: cereals and potatoes: meat USA -25 plus 29, Belgium -11 plus 31, France -13 plus 31, Finland -14 plus 21, Greece -6 plus 24, Sweden -18 plus 8, Italy -8 plus 7, etc. Finally, between 1950 and 1957, expenditure on durable consumer goods increased much more substantially in Western Europe than total expenditure, per head of population and at constant prices *. Total consumers' expenditure. Expenditure on durable consumer goods. France plus 32 plus 127. Austria plus 40 plus L10. Italy plus 30 plus 64. Britain plus 11 plus 55. Denmark plus 3 plus 51. Greece plus 38 plus 49. Norway plus 15 plus 43, etc. On the basis of these data, while avoiding excessively mechanical transpositions and using a variable scale of coefficients of the elasticity of demand for different products, it is possible to foresee what the structure will be of an increased volume of consumption at the end of the period envisaged. 83 From this can be deduced the varying rates of investment for each branch, the problems of transfer of labor from one branch to another, and also the specific structure of the means of production that heavy industry will have to supply to consumer goods industry. The coefficients of expansion of the different branches of industry producing capital goods will have to be fixed, so that the initial proportions may be expanded according to a whole series of growth coefficients, variable but coordinated, covering all parts of the economy. For this growth to be proportionate, that is, for bottlenecks and major imbalances to be avoided, a twofold check is needed, a check in terms of exchanges between industries and a check in terms of material balances. The ingenious system worked out by the economist Vasily Leontiev on the basis of the work of Gosplan in 1924, applied first of all to the USA 84 and rejected by Soviet experts until 1958, enables one to determine the relations between the major branches of the national economy. It has since been applied to a considerable number of countries. 85 Leontief's table relates to 11 branches of industry, to agriculture, to transport and to households. These branches are arranged horizontally and vertically so as to form a matrix. This is an input-output table, in which the horizontal figures show what each of these 14 branches sells to the 13 others, while the vertical columns show what resources each branch buys from the others. The total at the end of each horizontal line gives us the value of production less the value added. The total at the bottom of each vertical column gives us the value of intermediary purchases. To simplify the work, Leontief's input-output table starts from the hypothesis that the relations between the different branches remain stable, that is, for example, that the increase in steel production by 10% necessitates an increase of 10% in the coke supplied to this branch by the non-metallic minerals industry. Technical coefficients are thus worked out which determine the mutual relations between all branches of the economy. Starting from the above-mentioned aims of the plan, one thus has to pay attention to the increase of production in all branches, so that these coefficients may be respected. In fact, the input-output calculation is simply an enlargement of the conditions of equilibrium in Marx's formulae of expanded reproduction. The two departments have been replaced by 14, which complicates the picture but makes it possible to bring it closer to reality. Suppose that annual production takes the form of the following formula of expanded reproduction: 4000 C plus 2000 V plus 2000 S equals 8000 I 2400 C plus 1200 V plus 1200 S equals 4802. We know that the condition of equilibrium demands that Department I sell to Department 2 the same value that Department 2 sells to Department I, in the case which interests us, for example, 2400 C2 plus 600 SACC in C2 equals 2000 VI plus 1000, SSACC in C, I. Let us now divide the production of capital goods into two sectors, production of fixed capital A, and production of raw materials and power, B. Let us similarly divide the production of consumer goods into two sectors, production of current goods, C, and production of 642. Luxury goods, D, assuming, to simplify matters, that unproductive consumption in each sector relates only to the last mentioned category, of goods. The value of the production of these four sectors will then present itself in the following form. A. 1000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 2000 A being as follows, 50. L. The distribution of surplus value in each case B, 3000 C plus 1500 V plus 1500 S. 6000 B percent to C, 25 per C, 2000 C plus 1000 V plus 1000 S, 4000 CTT. 25 TTD, 400 C plus 200 V plus 200 S equals 800 D sen OV. Percent O unproductive J consumption. The following table shows, horizontally, what each sector sells to the others, and vertically, what it buys from them. For the system to be in equilibrium, the horizontal totals must correspond to the vertical ones. Where two figures appear in the same square, the first shows the requirements of simple reproduction, the second those of accumulation, expanded reproduction. The difference between this table and Leontief's consists in the fact that it compares the total value of all the commodities bought and sold, whereas Leontief's compares only the value of the unfinished commodities bought by each sector, not taking into account the value added, which appears in his table in the form of a certain number of hours of labor. The input-output table can be made still more complicated and realistic by dropping the assumption of fixed coefficients. Changes in the input-output ratio can be envisaged for certain branches, or certain categories of activity. Thus, the future power balance can be based on the hypothesis that fuel oil and natural gas will increasingly take the place of coal and electricity that of coal. The coefficient linking the electric power industry with the steel, metallurgical, etc., industries will thereby be increased, while that linking the coal industry with these branches will be reduced. For a large number of products, especially raw materials, machinery, and power, material balances can be worked out, which provide a check on the different objectives of the plan and should show whether it hangs together. As these balances are drawn up in physical terms. Whereas the input-output table is drawn up in terms of value, except for the input of households, this provides a useful check on the internal cohesion of the plan. The total sum of electricity, or of machine tools, or of cement used in each branch, should correspond to the total amounts available, current production and fluctuations in existing stocks plus balance of exports and imports. New production relations and the socialized mode of production. There remains the bringing down of all these data to the level of the separate enterprises. Various methods could be used. One could determine the physical objectives to be attained, while leaving the enterprises the flexibility needed to reach these objectives in the best conditions of profitability, keeping within the framework of prices for capital goods regarded as fixed for a certain period of time. One could lay down objectives for the enterprises in terms of value to be produced, leaving them freedom to distribute this value over various types of product. Or, finally, one could lay down minimum overall targets in value terms, and targets in physical terms for some products of high priority, while leaving them freedom to choose the rest in accordance with the highest profitability. If the fiscal system, of allocating the income of the enterprise, is sufficiently strict to prevent any excess in investment within branches, or enterprises, which are particularly profitable, and yet sufficiently flexible to give the mass of the producers in each enterprise a direct interest in the objective results of their work, this last mentioned formula is undoubtedly to be preferred. 86. It is clear that there is no absolute rule in this matter, outside time and space. Experience has nevertheless shown that to lay down detailed and complete production targets for enterprises, in terms of physical quantity, of value, cost of production, of materials to be used, and of income, merely confronts them with insoluble tasks and undermines the principle of the plan more than would a certain degree of freedom of action for these same enterprises. The conquest of power by the proletariat, the socialization of the major means of production and exchange, the opening of a phase of transition to socialist society. These enormous social upheavals fail of their purpose to some extent if they are not accompanied by radical changes in the atmosphere in the enterprise. The social question inherited from capitalism is not limited to an excessive limitation in the workers' effective consumption capacity. Nor is it to be solved by the mere juridical abolition of private ownership of the factories, banks, and power stations. Its solution implies also the progressive abolition of the hierarchical structure of the enterprise, the progressive abolition of the social division of labor, the division between those who accumulate and those who produce, between those who give orders and those who obey them, the progressive abolition of alienated labor, work carried out on other people's orders and for the benefit of others, and for this reason done mechanically and looked upon as time lost out of one's life. The definitive emancipation of labor, which is at the same time its negation as labor, in the traditional sense of the word, its transcendence by an infinitely richer and more varied form of human activity, is possible only in the final phase of socialist society, when the familiarity of abundance of goods and services will have completely changed man's social consciousness, and the extent of leisure, joined with the raising of the average cultural level of the masses, will have made it possible for all citizens to undertake turnabout, the managerial functions in social economy. But while this process will not be complete until that moment, it must be begun as soon as possible after the overthrow of capitalism. More precisely, the production relations are not changed so long as the private employer has merely been replaced by the employer state, embodied in some all-powerful manager, technocrat, or bureaucrat. They are not changed until the various groups of workers start to have a real, day-to-day, and not merely formal and juridical, control over the management of the enterprises, the working out and carrying through of the plans, and the social surplus product created within the enterprise. The classical solution offered in this connection both by the experience of the labor movement and by socialist theory is the succession of phases: workers' control, i.e. supervision of the management by the workers, workers' participation in management, and workers' self-management. The problem of the management of enterprises in the epoch of transition between capitalism and socialism is certainly a complicated one. A simple formula is not adequate to solve it. Two parallel dangers appear, that of bureaucratization and that of return to the anarchy of the market. These two dangers are by no means imaginary ones. While it is possible to accuse of hypocrisy those who make a pretext of the bureaucratic danger in order to refuse or to delay the overthrow of capitalism, which combines with extreme bureaucratization of big firms the hateful enrichment of their owners at the expense of the community, it is not to be denied that the concentration of all economic resources in the hands of the state involves the risk of maintaining or even extending conditions of social inequality. The fact that this state declares that it rules in the name of the working class provides only a purely juridical consolation * when the workers are systematically eliminated from any participation in the management of enterprises, when inequality of income is increasing instead of decreasing, as was the case in the USSR in the Stalin era, things are moving away from socialism rather than towards it. If, on the other hand, all enterprises are given an extensive, if not complete, autonomy, and encounter each other on the market as competitors free to seek the maximum income, then collective and egalitarian sharing of the income within the enterprise will not prevent social inequality and economic wastage from spreading within the economy as a whole. The factories which are technically best equipped and the most advanced parts of the country, will inevitably exploit the backward enterprises and less developed areas. Any exchange on an equal footing between groups whose economic power is unequal increases the inequality between them and gives rise to inevitable economic fluctuations. The synthesis between the imperatives of central planning and the need for extensive self-management of enterprises by their workers must be sought along the lines of the rules set out above. But the requirements of workers' democracy and of constant improvement in consumption by the workers are also the requirements of economic efficiency. The more the productive forces develop, the more complex planning becomes, and the more it requires initiative, checking and constant revision of the plan by millions of citizens, both as producers, in order to increase the overall efficiency of the enterprises, and as consumers, in order to bring production programs as near as possible to the needs and wishes of the people. It will, moreover, have been observed that planning does not at all imply planning the expenditure of each consumer. On the contrary, it gives him a freedom of choice which is all the greater as the range of products is more complete. Unexpected changes in consumer demand may imply changes in the proportions envisaged by the plan. The latter will need continual adjustment. Questionnaires, and other kinds of inquiries, regular and on a large scale, to ascertain domestic. 646. Wants and systems for passing on the wants of consumers not merely by the sampling but also through local initiative, will make it possible to render more exact provisions for the future than those which were originally based on merely statistical forecasts. The more the plan coincides with the real tendencies of consumption, the less will the survival of the market in the consumer goods sphere give rise to disturbances in the economy as a whole. The perfecting of electronic computers has now facilitated the making of a series of calculations which enable detailed problems to be solved with mathematical exactness. It is especially within the individual enterprise that the choice between different variants can be settled in this manner. Operational research, linear programming, makes it possible to determine the optimum variant among various combinations of factors, by considering each time only one of these factors as a variable * in Sweden, for instance, The optimum utilization of hydroelectric power stations during a period of 30 years was determined by an electronic machine, taking into account such various factors as weather forecasts, duration and severity of the winter freeze-up, the level of water in the reservoirs, the capacity of the turbines, the needs of the timber, paper, and steel industries, the amount of timber floating down the rivers, the export of electric power to Denmark, and even the amount of water needed by the salmon. Over 3,000 different variants were envisaged. 91. Agriculture and distribution in the transition period. The hardest problems to be solved during the period of transition from capitalism to socialism are those of agriculture and distribution. Large-scale capitalist production creates the preconditions for socializing and consciously planning the economy. But the unequal development of industry and banking, on the one hand, and of agriculture and distribution, including certain service sectors, on the other means that a capitalist sector which is thoroughly ripe for socialization is combined with a sector in which petty commodity production, the small independent enterprise, is still predominant, whatever may be the ties of subordination by which big capital and the monopolies subject these enterprises and exploit them, often rendering their independence purely formal. It is rational and efficient to socialize a factory employing 10,000 wage earners. It is neither rational nor efficient to socialize I0,000 small shops or small farms, whose owners employ no other labor than the unpaid labor of their own families. Besides this economic obstacle, there is a social one. The working class and the great majority of the wage and salary earners are interested in seeing suppressed private property in the major means of production and exchange. Their organization and their class consciousness are the chief driving force of social transformation. The class of small producers and small proprietors, or small farmers, which predominates in the sectors of agriculture and trade, is not organized but scattered. It is not moved by collective interests but by fierce individualism, except for agriculturalists in the most backward parts of the world, who have not yet cut the umbilical cord of primitive village communities. If this class is often revolutionary, this is only to the extent to which it aspires to a kind of private property which the semi-feudal structure of the given country denies it. The difficulty is further increased by the extreme complexity of relations of production and exchange in these two sectors, in each region of the world if not in each important country. Everywhere we find coexisting, on the same territory, model capitalist farms, small, independent family farms, wretched farms occupied by poor peasants who are half wage earners and half farmers, or even the destitute possessing not the smallest bit of land. Innumerable combinations and intermediate forms are also to be met with. The situation is no simpler in the distributive sector, where there coexist, at least in the most advanced capitalist countries, large capitalist stores, capitalist chains of small shops, well-established family firms, small shopkeepers who are in practice wage earners employed by the trusts, cooperatives, and wretched small businessmen who often earn less than the minimum wage of an industrial worker, and toil 12 hours a day to get it. A single solution valid for all these diverse situations cannot be found. But the two principles from which any solution ultimately has to start are these: no socialization, whether de facto or de jure, of enterprises is justifiable unless the technical conditions make possible a higher output this way than private enterprise can get, and no socialization is justifiable unless the small proprietors, small producers, agree to it, either from conviction or from material interest, or, what is, of course, the ideal situation, from both motives at once. It follows that the structure of agriculture and distribution will 648 inevitably be complex and plural in most countries on the morrow of the overthrow of capitalism, except perhaps in the most backward countries. Large estates worked, already under the old regime, by agricultural wage workers who are organized in trade unions and class conscious, can be socialized, together with the big stores. Small peasant owners of land and small traders will be grouped into cooperatives of various kinds, in order to increase their output and their income, while leaving them in the position of individual owners and entrepreneurs. Other small proprietors, and especially small non-owning farmers, can be grouped, with their full consent, into producers' cooperatives. Finally, a policy of distributing the land of the semi-feudal landowners, or belonging to banks, mortgage firms, etc., together with a policy of cheap credit, can, on the contrary, transform into small proprietors entrepreneurs who, under the old regime, had to hire their principal means of production, or exchange. The integration of these disparate sectors into the planned economy can be effected fundamentally only through the market. The only real alternative solution is coercion, the ineffectiveness of which has been fully demonstrated by history, especially by the ordeal of Soviet agriculture between 1929 and 1953. The only way to make the peasant interested in increasing output and lowering costs of production is to make these activities profitable to him. 93. The only means of interesting the small trader in a real rationalization of distribution is to make it possible for him to earn more that way. In the one case as in the other, increasing output and rationalizing may mean transferring labor from agriculture and distribution into industrial production or other sectors. If, however, this transfer takes place neither through coercion nor through the pressure of a fall in the standard of living, but instead by the attraction of higher pay, more civilized working conditions and a more comfortable standard of life, it corresponds both to the interest of society and to that of the individuals concerned. The more the productive forces develop, the more the socialized sector of the economy is consolidated, then the more the progressive socialization of agriculture and distribution can be carried out through competition between the petty production sector and the socialized sector, which will continually improve the standard of living of the small producers and distributors themselves. The latter will receive more and more consumer goods from the planned sector, but will at the same time have to face harder and harder competition from mechanized and specialized agricultural enterprises, with big stores, cooperatives, and self-service establishments better equipped than they are. Interest and experience will make only a matter of time the grouping of small agricultural and commercial enterprises into cooperatives, which will enable them to adopt more and more efficient techniques. A mixed economy. Various theoreticians, some socialist and others not, have argued for a mixed economy for the period of transition to a more humane economy. The nationalization of a few key sectors of the economy should be combined, they urge, with the retention of private property in other important sectors of industry. 94. A solution like this would, in their view, make it possible to keep to the minimum the social costs of planning, without detracting from the economic effectiveness. Experience shows, however, that this view comes up against an insuperable stumbling block. Either the extent of the nationalizations is slight, so that the economy is not really mixed at all, but basically capitalist, or else it is considerable, and the threat of nationalization hangs over the other sectors. In the latter case, the economy will not function satisfactorily, because the non-nationalist sectors carry out disinvestment, and basically there is no planning. 93. A system based on private property and private profit cannot function adequately unless the capitalist rules of the game are respected. It can resort to supplementary techniques of planning, especially where it is a question of nationalizing losses, or of subsidizing new, or sick, industries. It cannot in the long run cohabit with important sectors of production, and above all with an overall management of the economy, which are not guided by the criterion of profit. 96. Actually, the various Western experiments in planning, national budgets in the USA, Britain, and Sweden, the Commissariat du Plan in France, the Planbureau in Holland, etc., have been restricted to the making of long-term forecasts so as to guide the capitalists, to facilitate their taking of investment decisions in the sectors where profits are surest, often thanks to guarantees and subsidies by the state. They have neither achieved long-term full employment, nor prevented cyclical fluctuations, nor ensured optimum economic growth, nor prevented the appearance of bottlenecks and serious imbalances. In fact, private enterprises are not obliged to conform to this indicative planning, they are merely asked to follow its advice. When they refuse to do this, the supplementary initiative of the bourgeois state does not venture to set up public enterprises which would compete with this defaulting private initiative. 97. On the contrary, it offers the private firms incentives, that is, bonuses for idleness and incompetence, with a more and more lavish hand, in order to encourage them to follow its advice. The nationalist sectors, regarded as means of subsidizing the private sector, especially through their price policy, run very largely by representatives of the private sector. T neglected as regards investment, which has to be paid for by the taxpayers, can but rarely play the dynamic role assigned to them in theory. Instead of genuine planning, what we have is a half-hearted, clumsy, embarrassed attempt to manage the economy, which often interferes in a contradictory way, and whose balance of achievement is most positive in periods of war economy and of reconstruction, that is, in periods of acute shortage. 98. Effective planning of the economy, and a fortiori the economy's optimum growth, are attainable only if the autonomy of decision of the key enterprises, determined by private ownership, is abolished, if the volume of investment is fixed overall and distributed among the sectors and enterprises in accordance with the targets to be achieved, even if that means that during an entire period sectors in which profit is reduced to little or nothing are given priority development as compared with sectors in which profit is higher. This means that the building of schools, hospitals, and comfortable working-class houses has priority over the building of luxury flats, office blocks or representative branches of banks. Both as regards private ownership of the means of production and as regards inequality of income, of effective demand, radical changes are indispensable if imperative economic planning is to be possible and effective. Political power must pass from the bourgeoisie to the working class. The socialization of the major means of production, distribution, and exchange must be carried out. Chapter 17. Socialist Economy. Mode of production, mode of distribution, mode of life. The socialization of the major means of production and exchange brings into existence a new mode of production, no longer based on private appropriation of the social surplus product. During the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, however, socialization of the means of production is still linked with private appropriation of the necessary product in the form of wages, of exchange, of the selling of labor power for a money wage. Furthermore, part of the social surplus product is still appropriated in the form of individual consumer privileges, and under a bureaucratically deformed regime of the transitional society these privileges may assume very considerable dimensions. Private interest thus remains the basic stimulant of individual economic effort. The economy continues to be a money economy. From the economic standpoint, the contradiction between a mode of production based on collective ownership of the major means of production and collective appropriation of the social surplus product, on the one hand, and on the other, the private interest which continues to operate as chief driving force of individual economic activity, is a constant source of friction and contradiction under planned economy*. But even more important than this economic contradiction is the social contradiction that follows from it. Labor, regarded as the full development of all the potentialities of each individual, and at the same time as conscious service by the individual to society, is a concept which in the long run is incompatible with the concept of labor as the way of earning one's living, of ensuring one's means of subsistence, or appropriating, so far as possible, all the goods and services that enable an individual to satisfy his needs. So long as the economy continues to be fundamentally a money economy, with the satisfaction of the bulk of people's needs depending on the number of currency tokens a person possesses, and so long as, under conditions of relative shortage, rationing by the purse governs distribution, the struggle of all against all to appropriate a bigger proportion of these currency tokens will inevitably persist. So long as the exercise of certain social functions makes it easier to appropriate comparatively scarce goods and services, it is inevitable that the phenomena of careerism, nepotism, corruption, servility towards superiors and an autocratic attitude to inferiors will remain widespread. The absence of a genuine democracy of producers, consumers, and citizens, of strict and untrammeled supervision by them of the activity of administrators and leaders, of the possibility of replacing the latter without coming up against a jointly organized resistance and without having to go beyond legal methods. All these gaps cannot but accentuate the corrupting influence of money in all spheres of social life. The continued existence of money and commodity economy in itself implies the survival of the phenomenon of universal mercenariness of life which their original appearance give rise to in primitive communities based upon the production of use values. If, in the economy of the transitional period, access to comfort were institutionalized instead of remaining directly negotiable by means of money, the influence of this mercenariness would be indirect rather than direct, which does not mean that it would be any the less. The public discussions which have taken place in the USSR about the abuses entailed by the stampede to get university places have told us a great deal on this point. 1. The authorities and the influential writers who continually declare, in the USSR and elsewhere, that it is necessary first and foremost to create a new outlook, that labor must first become an individual necessity felt to be such by the individual, before material incentives can be abolished, and the transition made to distribution according to need * reveal a voluntarist deviation and reverse a relationship of cause and effect which is nevertheless quite obvious. It is necessary first to see the withering away of money economy through the production of an abundance of goods and services, before the psychological and cultural revolution can fully manifest itself, and a new socialist consciousness bloom in place of the egoistic mentality of the old Adam. In the era of the transitional society, and a fortiori in the USSR or China, it is not capitalist survivals that give rise to a desire for individual enrichment, but the everyday reality of distribution rationed by money. To hope to create, under these conditions, a communist consciousness by means of a struggle against the survivals from the capitalist past is to undertake a real labor of Sisyphus. Before the acquisitive outlook of individuals can disappear as the essential driving force of economic behavior, these individuals must have acquired experience that society has ceased to treat them as Cinderellas and become a generous and understanding mother, automatically satisfying all the basic needs of her children. This experience must have penetrated into the unconscious of individuals, there to encounter the echoes from the primitive communist past which have never been completely buried by the effects of 7,000 years of exploitation of man by man. This experience must have produced a conscious awareness of the new situation, and, more than that, new habits and customs. For the psychological revolution to occur and for the old Adam to die and give place to the socialist or communist man of the future. If Marxists consider that plenty is a necessary condition for the coming of a fully developed socialist society, it is in this sense and for this reason. The new way of life cannot be born otherwise than from the integration of a new mode of production and a new mode of distribution. It is not a matter of preaching socialist morality, but of creating the material social and psychological conditions for this morality to be applied by the great majority as a matter of course. Individual wages and social wages. The concept of wages is defined by several features. The three most important are payment, a price, in money, in exchange for a quantity of labor time, provided, payment which is strictly limited by the quantity of labor provided, the exactly measured duration of the expenditure of labor power, and payment which results from a sale of labor power that is forced upon the seller because it offers the only way whereby he can obtain the means of payment he needs for the consumer goods to keep him alive. These definitions continue to be valid in post-capitalist society, the transition period between capitalism and socialism, no less than in capitalist and pre-capitalist society, insofar as wages continue to exist, at least as the predominant way of remunerating labor supplied either to individual owners of means of production or to the state as collective owner. The argument according to which a wage-earning class no longer exists once there is collective ownership of the means of production, because a worker cannot sell his labor power to himself, is a crude sophism. Collective ownership means ownership by the community, and not ownership by each individual member of the community. A member of a cooperative may well sell a car, his individual property, to the cooperative he belongs to. In the same way, a worker may sell, to the community he belongs to, his labor power, which is his individual property. The obligation to carry out the sale in order to obtain the necessary means of subsistence proves the survival of the wage relationship both from the standpoint of the form of the act of exchange, sale for a definite price in money, and of its content, the worker, sir, renders the only commodity he possesses, and of which he cannot himself employ the use value, so as to be able to acquire other commodities the use values of which are essential for his continued existence and that of his family, and which he cannot acquire without exchange. Since the beginning of the monopoly capitalist era and the rise of a powerful labor movement in the advanced industrial countries, individual wages are no longer the only way in which individual labor is paid for. Alongside them has appeared the social dividend or social wage. For this means the totality of the payments which are made to the individual by society, regardless of what the former has or has not given in exchange, as an individual, free elementary, and, later, secondary, education, free school meals, free health services, free hospital care and even free prescriptions, free parks, museums and sports grounds, free, or almost free, municipal services, such as public lighting, etc. One must, of course, be clear about the meaning of the expression free education or free health service. The freedom from payment applies only to the individual. Society must, of course, pay for these services, that is, devote part of its resources, of its total available labor time, to the satisfaction of these needs. The social wage is thus the socialization of the cost of satisfying a certain number of needs for all citizens. This social wage foreshadows, at least potentially, the mode of distribution of the future, that is, cf. an economy directed towards satisfying the needs of all individuals. An economy based on the satisfaction of needs differs from a commodity economy insofar as it satisfies these needs a priori, distributing goods and services regardless of any exactly measured counterpayment, exchange, supplied by the individual. 658. Even in capitalist society, elementary education is free whether or not a child's parents pay their taxes, perform useful work for society, are good citizens or are hardened criminals. But this social wage merely foreshadows the mode of distribution according to need. It does not offer a true image of it, even in societies which are in transition from capitalism to socialism, except, perhaps, where this transition takes place in the richest countries. It is only the commodity, money form of wages that has been given up. The content, poor and measured out with miserly care, is still the same. Since we are still in an economy of semi-shortage, the social services are usually treated like poor relations. The way they are distributed is more akin to rationing than to plenty. Sometimes it is even accompanied by an obligation, elementary education, vaccination, etc. Excessively large classes, mass production medical treatment, doctoring on the cheap, neglect of non-paying clients in favor of paying ones. These features link the embryonic forms of the social wage which much more closely to the commodity society which has given rise to them than to the socialist society whose task will be to open the way to plenty. Only in a few special cases can the infinitely richer, freer, and more varied content of the socialization of costs reveal itself. Free libraries which offer practically all kinds of books which may be asked for, and here it is necessary that room in such libraries be not strictly rationed, museums and parks, open free of charge, which enable all citizens to enjoy the pleasures formerly reserved to a few narrow strata of rich or highly educated people. The prodigious development of the productive forces in the era of transition from capitalism to socialism makes it possible to set in motion two processes which radically alter the mode of distribution. On the one hand, the social wage must draw closer and closer to its ideal norm, that of plenty. On the other, more and more goods and services must pass out of the category of those distributed through exchange, purchase, and into that of goods and services distributed according to need. The conditions governing this transformation of the mode of distribution are still linked to the requirements of a society based on semi-shortage. Before freeing itself from the heavy, age-old burden of economic calculation, society needs to calculate more exactly and precisely than ever before. The first goods and services to which the new norms of distribution can be applied are thus those which are very homogeneous, 2. For which demand has become inelastic, in relation to a fall in prices and a rise in incomes. 3. Which it is hard to use as products or services, replacing those which are still distributed according to the norms of exchange of a commodity economy. 4. Or the distribution of which in return for payment in money involves obvious injustices, actually reducing the national income, whereas free distribution would considerably enhance social welfare, providing a potential source of increase of the national income. In short, society first socializes the costs of satisfying needs under conditions such that this socialization does not involve a considerable increase in these costs. When demand for a product has become inelastic, however much prices fall or incomes rise, the socialization of the costs of production of this product entails no extra charge for society as a whole. This is the position, for instance, with salt in every industrially advanced country, where consumption of it does not vary, in normal times, either with its price or with people's incomes. 7. The economic law which governs the withering away of commodity economy can be formulated like this: as society gets richer, and as planned economy ensures a mighty expansion of the productive forces, it acquires the resources needed to socialize the costs of satisfying an increasing number of needs for all citizens. And as the standard of living of the citizens rises, the elasticity of demand for more and more goods and services declines to zero, or even becomes negative, in relation to price reductions and increases in income. In other words, for these two reasons, the advances of planned economy make it possible to transfer more and more goods and services into the category of those which can be distributed in accordance with needs. Already today in the richest countries, basic food needs in the West, bread and potatoes, have become negatively elastic in relation to the rise in income. Satisfying them no longer demands more than a very small proportion of social resources. In Belgium, annual expenditure on bread fluctuates around 8 billion francs, out of a national income of nearly 500 billion francs, or less than 2%, or 8% in the USA. Consumption of grain as food in any form declined from an average of 377 bushels per head of population in 1937 to 1941 to 328 bushels in 1948 and 280 bushels in 1959. 9. It is the same with public transport in many metropolitan centers in industrially advanced countries. In all these cases, the economic conditions for distributing these goods, bread or rice, and services, public transport, through a socialization of costs, that is, distributing them according to need, are already completely present. To these goods and services must be added those to which Cassel has given the name of collective needs: education, health services, etc. 10. 660. Basic needs and secondary needs, freedom of consumption and rational consumption. A number of writers admit that such a partial transformation of the mode of distribution is feasible. But they do this, usually, only in order to deny at once that it could become universal in its application. Are there not constantly new needs arising, as fast as the classical needs are satisfied? 11. Is it possible to bring all products, one after another, into the category of those which are distributed according to need, without at the same time giving rise to all-round wastage of society's resources, and thus seeing the reappearance of shortage in new spheres? Do not the products which satisfy even such basic needs as food, clothing, and shelter vary ad infinitum in diversity and quality? Will not an attempt to do away with exchange and money in these spheres result in a dreary uniformity and lack of freedom? Let us take first the question of the alleged variety of needs. Any moderately serious study of anthropology and history will show, on the contrary, how remarkably stable they are: food, clothing, shelter, and in certain climatic conditions, warmth, protection against wild animals and the inclemency of the seasons, the desire to decorate, the desire to exercise the body's muscles, the satisfaction of sexual needs, the maintenance of the species. There are half a dozen basic needs which do not seem to have changed since the beginnings of Homo sapiens, and which still account for the bulk of consumer expenditure. 14. To these we may add needs for hygiene and health care, simple expressions of the instinct of self-preservation at a certain level of conscientiousness, and needs to enrich one's leisure, simple extensions of the needs to decorate, to exercise one's muscles, and to increase one's knowledge, which are as old as the human race, and we have almost exhausted the list of consumer expenses even in the richest countries of the world. On the basis of a small number of basic needs which are anthropological characteristics to a much greater extent than products of special historical conditions. Since these needs have remained basically unchanged since the appearance of man on earth, and since even the richest classes of past ages have not extended their consumer expenditure beyond this remarkably short list of satisfactions, there is no reason to suppose that the coming of a socialist society, of abundance of products, and of individual and social consciousness at a much more mature level than ever before, will give rise to any revolutions in this sphere. Nowhere does the law of diminishing returns apply more than in regard to the intensity of needs. 15. Thus the first objection is disposed of. Let us now look at the apparently infinite variety of means to satisfy these few basic needs. There is, first, the problem of the quantity of the products required to meet these needs. On this point, history has already provided an answer, on the part of the possessing classes of our era. Between the stout country squire of the early 19th century stuffing himself with roast beef and swilling port wine, or the big bourgeois of the Belle Époque with his 20-course dinners, on the one hand, and, on the other, the rich capitalist of today, slim, devoted to sport, and constantly watching his weight, the change is undeniable. With the increase in income, the increasing consumption of food has given way to a more rational kind of consumption. The criterion of health has superseded that of blind or showy self-indulgence. This change does not so much reflect an ethical progress as it reflects the demands of self-preservation, the self-interest of the individual himself. The same applies where dress is concerned. True, in this sphere, especially among women, the amount of clothing consumable without damage to health and the possibilities of waste, clothes worn only once or twice, are much greater than in the sphere of food. Nevertheless, if the restraints of health do not apply here, those of comfort and taste soon come into play. Without the help of lackeys and servants it is not very comfortable to change one's clothes too often or even to possess too many. Indeed, though excesses in this sphere are constantly committed by the new rich, several sociologists have observed that in the richest families of Britain and the United States a real reversal of this trend has occurred. Clothes which are worn but comfortable, or simply clothes one likes, are preferred to clothes glowing with freshness or which are continually being replaced. 1 Others even speak of a stylistic evolution in clothing, which they describe like this: first, a steady trend toward uniformity, with the clothing worn by people of moderate income coming to approximate the appearance and materials of the clothing worn by people of high income. Second, a decline in the number of frills, reflecting a movement in the direction of greater simplicity. Third, and most recent, an accent on youth. 11 The same situation exists in respect of housing and furnishing. When domestic servants and even housekeepers have vanished and the new level of wages, together with social disapproval, will certainly make them vanish in the transitional society between capitalism and socialism, there is a limit to the number of rooms one can wish to have, and can get, for one's accommodation, a limit dictated precisely by individual comfort. Already, today, except for a handful of millionaires, the luxury flat is preferred by most bourgeois to the 19th century country house. Sweeping away the old-time rooms crowded with furniture and knickknacks, the evolution of comfort and 662. Taste has dictated a mode of furnishing the sobriety and functional nature of which set a relatively narrow limit to quantitative accumulation. This tendency even goes so far as to impose a voluntary restriction on the number of gadgets. 18 There is no reason to suppose that these tendencies, which are already manifest in the last phase of capitalist society, despite a striking degree of social inequality and unlimited chances for waste on the part of the possessing classes, will be reversed in the era of transition from capitalism to socialism, or in socialist society itself. On the contrary, it is infinitely more probable that rational consumption will develop further, at the expense of consumption inspired by mere caprice, desire to show off, and lack of taste or sense of proportion, forms of consumption which, in capitalist society, are not so much innate in the consumer as dictated and conditioned by the general social climate and the efforts of advertisers. It remains to consider the problem of the diversity and quality of products which, instead of their quantity, delay the coming of the time when demand for them becomes inelastic both to price changes and to income changes. The phenomena of diversity and quality are nowadays dictated by fashion, by the compartmentalizing of society, and by technical progress, new products. All these phenomena are, in the last analysis, independent of individual whims. Even in capitalist society they are social phenomena, guided if not consciously determined by social forces. Fashion is a typically social phenomenon, with the impetus coming from the side of the producers, the designers, not from that of the consumers. It is a few important couturiers in Paris who make fashion, not the public. Already today, for the huge majority of consumers, the range of variety is remarkably narrow, and not at all limitless. At any given moment there are not an infinite number of styles coexisting, but only a few. Even in the haute couture of our time, based on craft methods and the individual client, there are not thousands of different models, the number is more limited than is supposed. And alongside these specially made models, intended for a few rich women, there is a small range of models which are mass-produced and intended for the masses. A socialist economy would probably be able to expand much more widely this range of varieties at present available, rather than have to restrict it, so as to be able to go over to distribution according to need. To do this it would rely on the law of large numbers, on the permanence of physical requirements, on the educative effect of socialist advertising, on public opinion polls, on public competitions and other techniques which would make it possible really to proceed from the tastes and wishes of consumers in order to determine the variety of goods produced. For this reason we cannot go along with Oscar Lange and H.D. Dickinson when they propose to retain commodity economy in a socialist economy so far as all high-quality products are concerned. 19. As for new products, their mass production and their launching on the market, that is, their large-scale distribution among consumers, is already determined by the firms which produce them and not by the whims of the consumers. It is thus well and truly planned, but planned by a handful of capitalist firms, in accordance with criteria of private profit alone, and not in accordance with the objective and rational needs of the community and of the individuals composing it. How indeed can one talk of the consumer's urgent need for products which he does not know exist, urgent needs which do not reveal themselves until, as though by chance, the producer launches his new product onto the market? 20. A socialist society would of course not hand over this planning to the masters of production and of promotion. It would avoid duplication of work and obvious waste. But it would take into account much more fully than is done today the real wishes of consumers, through the use of all available techniques of sampling opinion, direct questioning, and meetings of citizens. It would extend the range of choice much further than today. And as in the sphere of consumer durables the measurement of needs is much easier and more precise, and waste can be easily checked, it is also much easier to determine the quantity of products needed to be accumulated in store in order to produce inelasticity of demand in relation to prices and incomes. A certain margin of uncertainty may, of course, continue to exist. It will if not always, remain possible that there will be a conflict between the socialization of certain household tasks and their carrying out on an individual basis with the help of improved mechanical means. The washing machine and the dishwashing machine will go on being sought for, even when a very extensive and convenient network of restaurants and laundries has put high-quality services, free, at the disposal of all citizens. A socialist society will never dictate to its members the obligatory use of communal services by refusing to make available to them the means of securing these same services on an individual basis. Because such a society will aim to satisfy all the rational needs of man, it will respect the need for periodical isolation and solitude, which is the dialectical and permanent corollary of man's social nature. Similarly, while the individual motor car is obviously irrational as a means of transport in towns, it remains by far the most flexible means of transport for leisure trips over a short or medium distance, and even when travel by air, rail, and bus are free, men will go on wanting a private motor car in order to follow their own itineraries, stopping where trains and buses do not stop, or merely in order to be alone. A socialist society will respect these wishes and, far from condemning them as petty bourgeois survivals, will India. 664. Vow to meet these needs, the rational nature of which will be obvious to anyone of good faith. There is thus no substantial obstacle to the progressive universalization of the new mode of distribution, according to need, without any counterpart in the form of an exactly measured amount of labor being required. On the contrary, present-day evolution, though distorted by all the consequences of a social setting dominated by money, exploitation, inequality, and the desire to succeed at the expense of one's neighbor, already clearly shows the main lines of the future evolution of consumption. Consumption on a basis of plenty and freedom, far from developing without any limit towards irrational caprice and waste, will increasingly assume the form of rational consumption. The requirements of physical health and mental and nervous equilibrium will more and more take precedence over the other motives of human behavior. They will logically be the chief concerns of men whose basic needs have been met. Arrival at this conclusion requires no idealization of man. As we see from the example of food consumption by the capitalists of today, this corresponds to the very nature of the vertical animal, to his most obvious physical interests. ODA SIG 21 distinguishes between economic and non-economic needs. This distinction, though useful for the purposes of formal analysis, entails the risk of introducing a dangerous confusion when it is a matter of defining the conditions that govern the arrival of a mode of distribution based on the satisfaction of needs. The problem is restricted to that of the distribution of material goods and services, which, though today subject to conditions of semi-poverty, will doubtless become abundant tomorrow. Some of the cultural needs mentioned by SIG are to be included in this category: needs for artists' equipment, means of transport for travel, means of education, and so on. Others of these needs, however, clearly have nothing to do with goods and services: the need to investigate, to create, to teach, and so on. What we have here are more and more complex and elevated forms of activity, of human praxis becoming more and more universal. Including these in the same category of needs can give rise to many misunderstandings. Withering away of commodity production and money economy, while the social wage affects only a very small part of total consumption, its profound psychological and social implications remain limited or even quite hidden. The social climate of capitalism corrupts everything it touches, even those buds of the future society which are slowly opening within it. Hollingshead and his associates at Yale found that, even at the outpatient clinic where cost is no factor, the higher an individual's social class position, the more likely he was to be accepted for treatment, to be treated by highly trained personnel, and to be treated intensively over a long period. Students treated the lower classes, residents in training tended to be assigned to middle-class patients, and the senior staff members took the higher-class patients. It was found that these clinics spend 8 times as much money treating a Class 2 patient as they do treating a Class V patient. There is a tendency to give individual psychotherapy to the higher classes, and administer shock treatment, drugs, organic therapy, etc., to the lower-class patients. Hollingshead and Redlich report that this finding of discrimination came as a bolt out of the blue for the men who determined the policies of this clinic. It was certainly not planned. A similar situation is found in the public mental hospitals, where, also without regard to the ability of the patients' families to pay, the acute schizophrenics in Class 3 are more likely to get psychotherapy than Class 4 and V patients in the same disease group who entered the hospital at approximately the same time. The Class 4 or V schizophrenic, they added, may receive 1 or 2 series of organic treatments in a public hospital. If these do not succeed, the patient drifts to the back wards where, in stultifying isolation, he regresses even more into a world of his own. 22 But when the social wage extends to the bulk of individual consumption * its economic, social, and psychological implications are sharply manifest. Until then, economic growth, the rise in the standard of living, always implied an extension of money and commodity economy, in the era of transition from capitalism to socialism as in earlier periods. 24 Now, however, they imply, on the contrary, a more and more marked shrinkage of measured exchanges and of the use of money. This happens in the first place, for obvious economic reasons. If an increasing proportion of needs are satisfied without expenditure of money by the consumers, this expenditure must relate to an increasingly restricted sphere of economic life. And if increasing money income is spent on acquiring a steadily decreasing number of commodities and services, then useless tensions are caused. There would have to be either a frantic increase in prices in this sector, or else the artificial stimulation of a continual emergence of new products, and the appearance of new needs, or else the soaking up of an increasing proportion of this money income by means of taxation. The circulation of money would appear as more and more futile and pointless. In practice, the producers would receive ever higher wages, an increasing proportion of which would, however, be kept back at source, the remainder being spent on more and more casual and minor requirements. Money would thus in any case be excluded from the essential economic circuits, concerned with meeting basic and ordinary needs, and driven into the periphery of economic life, conspicuous consumption, gambling, forms of expenditure which socialist society would increasingly subject to more disapproval and penal taxation. The most logical solution would be to reduce, and not increase, the amount of individual money wages and salaries, to reduce the circulation of money, in proportion as the new mode of distribution according to need spread and became general. Individual wages would become increasingly a small supplementary bonus to ensure the distribution of the last scarce goods and services, the last vestiges of status inherited from the age of social inequality. It would increasingly lose its function of preserving the consumer's freedom of choice, from the moment when plenty embraced an increasing range of goods and services. Choice will be restricted to spending one's time in shifting from one point of distribution to another, dividing one's time between one form of consumption and another, instead of substituting one form of expenditure for another. Commodity economy, money economy, the economy of semi-shortage, will have begun to wither away. It is not only the logic of the new mode of production that will bring about this withering away of commodity production. Automation entails the same logical necessity in the sphere of production. The production of an abundance of goods and services is in fact accompanied by the more and more rapid elimination of all living, direct, human labor from the production process, and even from the distribution process. Automatic power stations, goods trains driven by remote control, self-service distribution centers, automatic vending machines, mechanized and automatized offices, etc. But the elimination of living human labor from production means the elimination of wages from the cost of production, * the latter is increasingly reduced to the costs of operations between enterprises, purchase of raw materials and depreciation of fixed plant. Once these enterprises have been socialized, this involves much less transfers of real money than simply accounting in monetary units. As services will continue non-automatist for a longer period than goods, money economy will retreat more and more into the spheres of exchange of services for services, purchase of services by consumers, and purchase of services by the public sector. But in proportion as the principal services become automatized in their turn, e.g. public services, automatic machines for providing drinks and standardized articles of current use, laundries, etc., money economy will become restricted more and more to personal services only, the most important of which, medicine and education, will, however, be the first to undergo a radical abolition of money relations for reasons of social priority. In the end, automation will leave to money economy only the periphery of social life, domestic servants and valets, gambling, prostitution, etc. but in a socialist society which ensures a very high standard of living and security to all its citizens, and an all-round revaluation of labor, which will increasingly become intellectual labor, creative labor, who will want to undertake such forms of work. Socialist automation thus brings commodity economy to the brink of absurdity and will cause it to wither away. This withering away, begun in the sphere of distribution, will spread gradually into the sphere of production. Already in the era of transition from capitalism to socialism, socialization of the major means of production and planning imply a more and more general substitution of money of account for fiduciary money in the circulation of means of production * only the purchase of labor power and the purchase of raw materials from the non-state sector will involve the use of fiduciary money. But when the increase in the standard of living is accompanied by a reduction and no longer by an increase in individual wages, the circulation funds of enterprises also start to wither away. With the industrialization of agriculture, with the withering away first of private enterprise and then of cooperative enterprise in agriculture and distribution, this withering away spreads to relations between producing enterprises and these sectors. Successively, money thus retreats more and more from relations between enterprises and consumers, relations between enterprises and owners of Jabur power, relations between enterprises and suppliers of raw materials. The withering away of money becomes general. Only units of account survive, so that an economy based on accounting in terms of hours of labor may govern the management of enterprises and of the economy taken as a whole. Economic revolution and psychological revolution. So far we have considered only the economic consequences of the new mode of production, the withering away of commodity economy and of money to which it will lead. We must now consider the social and psychological results, that is, the complete upheaval in relations between men, between individuals and society, as these have developed out of thousands of years of social experience derived from antagonism between classes of exploitation of man by man. Free distribution of bread, milk, and all other basic foodstuffs will bring about a psychological revolution without precedent in the history of mankind. Every human being will henceforth be ensured his subsistence and that of his children, merely by virtue of being a member of human society. For the first time since man's appearance on earth, the insecurity and instability of material existence will vanish, and along with it the fear and frustration that this insecurity causes in all individuals, including, indirectly, those who belong to the ruling classes. 27. It is this uncertainty about the morrow, this need to assert oneself in order to ensure one's survival in a frenzied struggle of all against all, that is at the basis of egoism and the desire for individual enrichment, ever since the beginning of capitalist society and even, to a certain extent, since the development of commodity economy. All the material and moral conditions for the withering away of egoism as a driving force in economic conduct will have vanished. True, individual ownership of consumer goods will doubtless expand to an unheard of degree. But in face of the abundance of these goods, and the freedom of access to them, the attachment of men to ownership will likewise wither away. It is the adaptation of man to these new conditions of life that will create the basis for the new man, socialist man, for whom human solidarity and cooperation will be as natural as is today the effort to succeed individually, at the expense of others. The brotherhood of man will cease to be a pious hope or a hypocritical slogan, to become a natural and everyday reality, upon which all social relations will increasingly be based. Will an evolution along these lines be contrary to human nature? This is the argument invoked as a last resort against Marxism, against the prospect of a classless society. It is regularly put forward by those who do not know this human nature, who base themselves on crude prejudices or suspicions in order to identify morals and customs derived from a certain socio-economic context with biological or anthropological characteristics alleged to be unchangeable in man. It is also invoked by those who endeavor to preserve at all costs a conception of man which is based on the idea of original sin and the impossibility of redemption on this earth. But anthropology starts from the idea that that which is distinctive of man is precisely his capacity for adaptation, his capacity to create a second nature in the culture which forms the only framework in which he can live, as Professor A. Gellin puts it. 28 * These practically unlimited possibilities of adaptation and apprenticeship are the essential anthropological feature. 29 Human nature is what precisely enables man continually to rise above what is merely biological, to continually surpass himself. The tendency to competition, to the struggle of all against all, to the assertion of the individual by crushing other individuals, is not at all something innate in man. It is itself the product of an acculturization, of an inheritance which is not biological but social, the product of particular social conditions. Competition is a tendency which is not innate but socially acquired. 30 Similarly, cooperation and solidarity can be systematically acquired and transmitted as a social heritage, as soon as the social milieu has been radically changed in this direction. More than that, a disposition to cooperation, to solidarity, to love of one's neighbor corresponds far better to specific biological needs and basic anthropological features than a tendency to competition, conflict, or oppression of others. Man is a social being not only in the socio-economic sense but also in the biological sense. Of all the higher mammals he is the one who is born in the weakest state, least protected and least capable of self-defense. Anthropobiology regards man as an embryo prematurely born, who thereby possesses a physiological organization making him capable of a much longer period of apprenticeship and a practically unlimited adaptability thanks to activity and socialization during a year of existence as an extrauterine embryo. Phylogeny here confirms ontogeny, since today is generally agreed that these very processes of activation, the beginning of deliberate praxis, and socialization are at the origin of the human species. 31 Many studies have shown that the pace and harmony of the growth of babies depend directly on the amount and warmth of social relations in which they are involved, especially with grown ups, the mother, but also with children of the same age. While this observation is self-evident as regards apprenticeship to language, the chief vehicle of mental growth, it is more surprising but not less true as regards general physiology. Repeated physical contact is one of the key factors in the normal growth of babies. The absence of such contact can give rise to many illnesses. An investigation carried out in the USA in 2 institutions where material, food, and health conditions were identical, but where, in one case, each baby was constantly looked after by its mother, whereas, in the other, 8 to 12 babies were looked after by a single overworked nurse, produced impressive results. At the beginning of the experiment, the average development quotient was 24 points higher in the second institution than in the first. After a year, this average fell from 124 to 72 in the second institution, while it rose from IOI to I05 in the first. After 2 years, not a single baby had died in the first institution, whereas 37% of those in the second were dead. 32 Comparison between the physical, mental, and psychic equilibrium of children in societies where climate and institutions foster cooperation and solidarity, and our own capitalist society, also gives edifying results. The studies made by Dr. James Clark Maloney among Okinawa children, those of Laura Thompson and Alice Joseph among Hopi children, and those of Dorothea Layton and Clyde Kluckhan among Navajo children all come to the same conclusions. 33 The great American anthropologist Ashley Montagu thus sums up his own analysis of human nature. Man's organic potentialities are so organized as to demand but one kind of satisfaction, a satisfaction which ministers to man's need for love, which registers love, which is given in terms of love, a satisfaction which is defined by the one word, security, secure in the affections of others and secure in one's affection for them. In order that he may function on the social plane, the most fundamental of man's social needs must be satisfied in an emotionally adequate manner for personal security and equilibrium. 34 Only socialist society can satisfy this need, for it alone can organize economic life, day-to-day life, in such a way as not to come into constant conflict with this need that men have for security and affection, but on the contrary to satisfy it permanently and naturally. The idea that every human being and a fortiori every living creature is dominated by an instinct of aggression, or a destructive instinct is not at all supported by present-day biology. Psychology increasingly rejects it. 35 Loretta Bender has shown that hostility or aggression, far from being innate in the child, do not develop except as a result of certain deficiencies which in the last analysis depend on relations between the child and the milieu in which it is growing up. 36 Susan Isaacs found that equality is the least common multiple to these conflicting fears, within a group of children. Piaget points out that children react spontaneously to condemn any striking inequality as unfair. 37 After studying all the very rich, varied, and contradictory data that exist on the question, Beaglehole arrives at the conclusion that there is no property instinct inborn in man, but at most a natural tendency for children to seize objects, which, depending on the social milieu and education, may or may not develop in the direction of property. 38 The list of witnesses could be extended indefinitely. The conclusion is overwhelming. There are no reasons to doubt that a radical change in the social milieu, in day-to-day social reality, resulting from a mode of distribution according to need, in an atmosphere of plenty, would quickly lead to the formation of a habit of cooperation and solidarity, abolishing competition and conflict as basic characteristics of human relations. 39 It must be added that even in the animal kingdom, through conditioned reflexes, far-reaching alterations in the environment have the effect of abolishing aggressive tendencies which were once said to be unchangeable. Experiments have shown that it is possible to get cats and rats to cooperate peacefully provided that one starts their apprenticeship soon enough and that the obtaining of food by both animals is based on cooperation. 40 Experiments of the same kind have been successfully carried out with all classes of vertebrates, including fish. Cf. Dr. Langlois' experiments with perch which were presumed cannibalistic and which could be trained not to be. And Professor Ashley Montague concludes, slight changes in the environment are sufficient to change the behavior of creatures from a cannibalism that was erroneously thought to be instinctive to social behavior that is cooperative. Will anyone dare to claim that man is incapable of adaptation and acquisition of different habits such as are within the scope of perch, mice, and cats? But will not this adaptation, this habit of cooperation, cause an impoverishment of the human personality? Many philosophers and sociologists fear this. They speak of leveling down and gray uniformity, of the loss of qualities of mind and body which can develop only in a climate of competition and rigor. Dr. Alexis Carrel has devoted a bestseller to this theme, in which the mediocrity of his logic and his misanthropic, anti-humanist prejudices are to be observed every chapter. 43 Actually, these fears are based on confusion between individualism and development of the personality. Individualism is the sum of practices based on striving for material success in conflict with other individuals. In a socialist society, harmonious development of the personality does not depend on conflict with others, any more than abundance of goods at one's disposal depends on poverty among one's neighbors. At one time it was claimed that the virile qualities could be developed only through war or in the military profession. Who would dare to defend this view today, in the era of atomic weapons? Are not sport, driving, flying, climbing, up mountains and down caverns, and tomorrow the exploration of space and other planets, spheres in which physical courage and bravery can develop 1,000 times more freely and broadly than in the battlefields of old? With this enormous difference that they will be accessible to all who may wish to engage in them, and not just to a small minority, that the practice of these occupations will no longer presuppose the oppression of the majority or even the killing of an adversary, but will be simultaneously open to everyone. In reality it is the division of society into classes that has condemned the mass of mankind to the hopeless leveling of alienation. It is capitalist society that, by its mass production, has carried this tendency to extremes. It is capitalist society that produces millions of human beings who are all prisoners of the same dull fate, shut up within the same restricted horizon by the same wages, dressed in the same mass-produced clothes, reading the same sensational newspapers, relaxing in the same sports stadiums or in front of the same television programs. By abolishing commodity production and opening the age of plenty, socialist society will give the signal for an extraordinary flowering of the human personality. Among hundreds of millions of individuals who today are indistinguishable in one gray mass, this personality will awaken, develop, and flower in 1,000 different directions, as yet unknown and unsuspected. Released from the wretched servitude of having to struggle for daily bread, human energy will be concentrated in art and science, in education, and in physical and mental well-being. The place of competition between individuals for material existence will be taken by emulation in pursuit of aims of research, of beauty, and truth. Aggressiveness will be sublimated into creative purposes. Paradoxically, it is the full development of the inequality among men, of the inequality of their aspirations and potentialities, the inequality of their personalities, that emerges as the aim of socialism. But this personal inequality will no longer mean a difference in economic power, it will no longer imply unequal rights or material privileges. It will be able to develop only in an atmosphere of economic and social equality. The withering away of classes and of the state, the withering away of commodity and money economy is, however, only one of the factors bringing about the disappearance of social inequality, classes, and the state. The other factor is the considerable extension and creative use of leisure. The ruling class or stratum of society has always possessed the privilege of leisure. This is the section which, freed from the burden of having to work for its living, from the burden of physically exhausting labor, from mechanical work, has been able to devote itself more or less completely to the accumulation of knowledge and the management of the economy and of society. The extension of such leisure will make it possible for an increasing number of citizens to undertake and carry out these functions. This is the technical means to ensuring the progressive withering away of the state. For nearly a century now the shortening of the working day has been a tremendous civilizing factor, as Karl Marx pointed out when the 10-hour day was introduced. 45 It has provided the basis for everything worthwhile in present-day bourgeois democracy. Nevertheless, it is a contradictory phenomenon. The advantages gained by shortening the working day are largely offset by the lengthening of working life, the lengthening of the time spent in traveling to and from work, the intensification of physical effort, first for manual workers, then later, to an increasing extent, for office workers, and by the commercialization of leisure. Furthermore, the big step forward essentially remains the change from the 10 or 12-hour day to the 8-hour day. The latter became general in modern type industry in the advanced capitalist countries around 1920. Since then, there has been only a relatively slight shortening in the manual workers' working day, the 40-hour week existing only in a few countries, where, moreover, it is accompanied by the 5-day week, the week of 45, 44, or 42 hours spread over 5 days, implying even a lengthening of the working day. We must take into account the considerably intensified pace of work since 1918, the nervous tension involved in operating equipment which is increasingly expensive and often dangerous, the often even greater tension experienced on the way to work, especially if the journey is made by mechanical transport, and also air pollution and insufficiently soundproofed housing, if we are to draw up a compare. 674. Hence a balance sheet of the physical, mental, and nervous fatigue suffered by the worker of today, as compared with that of the worker of 50 years ago. Much evidence from doctors confirms that this fatigue is greater than it was, in spite of free weekends and 2 or 3 weeks annual holiday. A careful study of Hamburg workers who spend their holiday in a wide variety of places has produced the conclusion that it is only during the 4th week of the holiday that rest, recuperation, becomes obvious and stable. Until then, change of place and initial fatigue cause reactions, some of them delayed, which make real recuperation impossible. The doctors who carried out this study were able to observe this normalization from the 4th week onward, as regards breathing rate, pulse, the amount of blood passing through the heart, the tonus of the arteries, the state of circulation in the upright position, blood pressure when resting and when working, and the weight of the body, loss of weight when this was excessive, gain when it was inadequate. 46. What follows from this is that a large part of free time is not leisure time at all but time spent in getting rid of physical and nervous fatigue. The German doctors distinguish between Entmüdung, loss of fatigue, Entspannung, relaxation, and Erholung in the strict sense, rest and the acquiring of new strength. The effect of holidays is largely neutralized because the worker takes his holiday when his organism is in such a state of fatigue that he is at first incapable of real, normal relaxation. The commercialization of leisure is adapted to this condition of things. It starts from a recognition that after an ordinary working day the average contemporary proletarian is incapable of an intellectual or physical effort. But on the pretext of providing him with relaxation or diversion, commercialized leisure causes either an atrophy of critical capacity or a morbid and lasting excitement which ends by degrading and disintegrating his personality to some degree. All the condemnations of leisure civilization nevertheless avoid the question. The ultimate cause of the degradation of leisure lies in the degradation of work and of society*. What is needed therefore, is a new and radical shortening of the time spent at work, in order to bring about the essential aim of socialism, which is that of the self-management of producers and citizens. Taking into account the present intensity of productive effort, the threshold at which the producer becomes materially capable of concerning himself currently, habitually, with the management of the enterprise where he works, and with the state, is, apparently, the half day of work, or a week of 20 or 24 hours, depending on whether working hours are fixed at 5 or at 6 hours a day. At the present rate of progress in productivity, an average of 5% per year in the highly industrialist countries, within the framework of a rationally planned economy freed from all military or parasitic burdens, and consciously directly towards the priority purpose of saving human labor, this objective could be attained before the end of the 20th century. Even within the framework of capitalism, in the United States, the average length of the working week has fallen from 70 hours in 1850 and 60 in 1900 to 44 in 1940, 40 in 1950, and 37.5 in 1960, or a reduction of nearly 40% or in half a century, nearly 4 hours per decade. 48. On the basis of this same rate of decline, the 24-hour week could be attained around 1990 to 2000 in a socialist society. The American economist George Soule comes to the same conclusion without leaving the framework of capitalist society but without realizing all the contradictions implicit in such a forecast. 49. A more rapid reduction in the working day would undoubtedly be possible in a fully developed socialist society, but it would be held back by the raising of the school leaving age, advancing from universal compulsory secondary education to universal compulsory higher education, and also by the lowering of the age of retirement. These changes would mean a more rational reduction in working hours per human life than a more rapid reduction in the working day, while productive life would continue to extend from 16 to 65. A thoroughgoing reduction in the time spent at work would set the problem of leisure in an entirely different social context. Ultimately, of course, the useful employment of leisure is closely linked with the problem of socializing the cost of satisfying human needs, with the new mode of distribution. It is infinitely cheaper to satisfy the needs of 20 million workers with standardist television programs made up of mass-produced films, or newspapers published in millions of copies, than to satisfy them with high-quality theatrical performances, a wide variety of books, or the means of producing culture instead of merely consuming it. It costs much less to make a film for a million spectators than to enable a million amateurs to make their own films. Galbraith attributes the increase in juvenile delinquency amid affluence to the inadequacy of public expenditure as compared with the excessive amount of private consumption of commercialized leisure. 50. But with the raising of citizen standards of living, and the general development of social wealth, the useful employment of leisure will become increasingly a transformation of the citizen from being a passive object to being a conscious creative participant in a variety of cultural activities, sport, art, science, literature, technique, education, exploration, etc. At the same time, participation in the management of the economy and the leadership of social life, which today involves only a tiny fraction of the leisure of the workers as a whole, except in the case of the active members of the workers' organizations, will become more and more important as a way of using free time. It also will tend to become active and creative rather than passive, as at present, attendance at meetings through a feeling of duty, of obligation to others, because one must, or out of personal interest, which is often of a very dubious kind. It is often objected that the workers do not want to manage their enterprises. 51. Usually, this refers either to attempts at joint management within a capitalist economy or to certain marginal experiments in the Eastern countries, that is, in both cases, to enterprises whose real fate is felt by the workers concerned to be settled elsewhere, and in a socio-economic context in which exhaustion and alienation on the part of the labor force have not been reduced. If the worker declines to lose his precious hours of rest attending meetings on which nothing decisive for his own fate depends, that should not surprise us. It has been enough, however, in Yugoslavia, for the experience of self-management of enterprises to give the workers concerned the feeling that their activity in the sphere of management has a real and positive, effective influence on their standard of life, for an increasing proportion of the working masses to participate actively in the work of the workers' councils. The latter now control nearly a third of the financial resources of the enterprises. 2. Automation makes a big contribution to this process. It logically implies a tendency towards the elimination of the laborer, or even the skilled worker, from the production process. It tends to increase the labor force employed before and after actual production, research and investigation work, administration and distribution, but to the extent that it takes place in a socialized, or already socialist, economy, it does away with unskilled manual labor, reproducing only more and more highly skilled and intellectual labor. It thus appears as the great force working to abolish the difference between manual work and mental work, leaving only the latter in existence. The industrialization of agriculture, which has already gone very far in the United States and which is spreading in Western Europe, will be the last tendency of economic evolution connected with the withering away of classes and of the state. It will cut down to a minimum the number of country folk engaged in farm and field work, and those who remain will be transformed more and more into agronomists, geotechnicians, and engineers in charge of automatic or semi-automatic agricultural machinery. The breakup of the big cities into homogeneous new towns, each one self-sufficient, will do away with even the outward signs of the difference between town and country and create integrated areas embracing greenery, cultivation, housing, recreation, and social life, and zones of industrial production. Radical reduction in the size of these areas will make it possible to abolish to an ever-increasing extent those delegations of power which continue to predominate in the first phases of the withering away of classes and the state. They will replace self-management by citizens on a rota basis, in ad hoc social organizations, by self-management of free communes of producers and consumers, in which everybody will take it in turn to carry out administrative work, in which the difference between directors and directed will be abolished, and a federation of which will eventually cover the whole world. Is this a utopia? What is essential is to see that these possibilities are all contained in an advance of productivity made the most of by an economic system based partly on the socialization of the means of production and the creation of plenty in goods and services, and partly on the replacement of commodity economy by a mode of distribution which eliminates money and the desire for personal enrichment from the life of mankind. Economic growth not a permanent aim. The problem of investment in a non-money economy has not yet been considered. To solve it, however, is not difficult, as soon as this economy really enjoys a situation of plenty. The producers who continue to be associated with enterprises in Department I, producing capital goods, will have exactly the same rights as producers working in enterprises of Department II, producing consumer goods, so far as drawing from the general wealth of society is concerned, even though their labor does not increase directly, but only indirectly, the plentiful stock of wealth at the disposal of citizens. The products of their labor will not be sold on a market but will serve to renew the used-up stock of machinery, raw materials, auxiliary products, etc., which are needed for current production in departments I and II. Will any net investment continue to exist over and above this gross investment, this simple reproduction * an expanded reproduction of a socialist, non-monetary type? In other words, will the productive forces go on increasing indefinitely in a socialist society? It will be for the citizens of socialist society alone to answer this question, that is, it will really be a matter of free choice for them, and not of any economic necessity. Under capitalism, and even in the transition period from capitalism to socialism, the idea of exercising preference as between the marginal utility of net investment and the marginal utility of increased leisure is basically absurd. Current consumption by producers, even when it is increasing, always falls short of felt needs. The length of the working day, even when it is being cut down, continues to be limited only by the state of physical and nervous fatigue beyond which output falls precipitously. As against this, in a socialist society which ensures plenty in goods and services to its citizens, the possibility of a genuine choice between increased wealth and increased leisure will be given for the first time. This will be a real choice, in the sense that it will no longer depend on an economic need to meet pressing needs. The only economic demands which still exist will be that of renewing the stock of machinery, gross investment, depreciation, and that of ensuring an increase in the social product corresponding to the increase in population. As, however, it is to be hoped that socialist mankind will plan its population increase just as it will plan the economy, freedom of choice for the citizens will remain unimpaired. In any case, economic growth is not an end in itself. The aim is to satisfy the needs of society, of the consumers, within the framework of optimum rational development of all human potentialities. Just as the optimum of consumption does not at all imply unlimited increase, the satisfaction of human needs does not in itself imply a continuous and unlimited expansion of the productive forces. When society possesses a stock of automatic machinery which is adequate to cover all current needs, including a reserve of multi-purpose machine tools sufficient to cope with any emergency, it is probable that economic growth will be slowed down or even halted for a time. A man who is completely free from all material and economic worries will have been born, political economy will have had its day, because economic calculation will be finished. The question of profitability or of economy of labor time will have vanished as a criterion of wealth, and will be replaced by the mere criterion of leisure and its best use, as Marx foresaw in A Prophecy of Genius. The theft of other people's labor, which is the basis of present-day wealth, is a wretched basis when compared with this new basis of wealth created by large-scale industry itself. As soon as labor in its direct form ceases to be the principal source of wealth, labor time ceases, and must cease to be the measure of wealth, and therefore exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses ceases to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the leisure of a minority ceases to be the condition for the development of the general capacities of the human mind. Thus there collapses production based on exchange value, and the immediate process of material production loses its sordid and contradictory form. The free development of individuals, not the shortening of necessary labor time in order to create surplus labor, becomes the aim of production. It is thus now a matter of reducing to the minimum the necessary labor of all society, so as to make possible the artistic, scientific, etc. education of individuals through the leisure and resources thus created. If the working masses themselves appropriate their surplus labor, and if the disposable time thereby ceases to have a contradictory existence, necessary labor time will be limited by the needs of the social individual, and the development of society's productive forces will, on the other hand, increase so rapidly that the leisure of all will increase, despite the fact that production will be directed towards increasing the wealth of all. For real wealth is the developed productive power of all the individuals. Thus it will no longer be labor time that will be the standard of wealth, but leisure. 57. Or, more precisely, the criterion of wealth will become men's free, rational, creative use of free time, directed towards their own development as complete and harmonious personalities. Alienated labor and free labor. When we spoke of the alienation of labor, this was in the sense of the loss of control by the producer, first over the product of his labor, and then over the conditions of his labor, thus, in the sense of labor for somebody else, under the supervision and the orders of somebody else. This alienation does not disappear automatically with the socialization of the principal means of production. It disappears only when individuals feel consciously and spontaneously the owners of the products of their labor and the masters of their conditions of labor. It thus demands real self-management by the producers and a real abundance of goods and services sufficient to cover all essential needs and the essentials of every need. It corresponds to the disappearance of the wage relationship in this twofold sense: disappearance of the proletarian working for somebody else and disappearance of the proletarian working for a wage which is meanly and precisely determined. There is, however, an alienation of labor which is anterior to labor for somebody else, namely, the enslavement of man to the tyranny of the division of labor, an alienation of man from the various potentialities which are dormant within him but which cannot develop so long as he has his trade, practices his profession, is looking for a job. Nobody is born a street sweeper, a welder, or a laborer. The great majority of jobs in the processes of production and distribution of goods and services do not correspond to any even slight calling on the part of those who carry them out. Vocational guidance endeavors at most to make use of certain callings in order to adapt man as rationally as possible to the needs of production. It is far from adapting economic life to the inborn needs of individuals. Capitalist industry crushes, stifles, breaks or distorts certain human inclinations and potentialities which the worker possesses, and in their stead creates certain definite aptitudes related to the job. Moreover, it tries to start this process as soon as possible, in the young child, by favoring pre-apprenticeship as against raising of the school-leaving age, or premature specialization as against the common core of subjects in secondary education. These are at least the real, actual, practically observable conditions of the existence of aptitudes in the present-day worker. We are justified in repeating, that the particular way in which labor is allocated, its dispersal among the widest variety of trades and jobs, is and continues to be the work of society, of the particular economic framework of which the worker is at once subject and object, driving force and victim, a framework which stimulates, shapes, and produces in the adolescent those aptitudes which he needs, to the exclusion, if necessary, of truly human concerns, and which thereby, on the other hand, while usually exterminating the manifold potentialities of a man, creates the foundations and preconditions for the formation of narrower aptitudes conforming to new social criteria which are, precisely, the sphere of vocational guidance. 58. There is no better proof of the spontaneous revolt of man against the tyranny of the division of labor than the huge development of amateur, do-it-yourself activities which has occurred, in every possible form, throughout the Western world, in step with the relative shortening of the working day. In the 19th century and, in wartime, even in the 20th, the worker who busied himself with a vegetable garden had a material interest in what he was doing. But the thousands of employees of Western Electric who grow flowers, make wooden furniture and toys, and devote themselves to every imaginable human activity, from ornithology to weightlifting, see the investigation referred to by David Reisman. 59, are living witnesses to the spontaneous desire to offset the uniformity of their jobs by differentiated, disinterested and free activities. Proof that they instinctively strive to rediscover their own personalities, which economic life based on the division of labor must inevitably mutilate. It is not only because it is inadequately paid, exhausting to the muscles and nerves, monotonous and directed by others, that the labor of the great majority of workers in the big factories or offices of today is looked on by them as forced labor. They have this attitude because their work cannot in the long run interest them, since it develops only one side of human aptitude. Even the recent attempts to adapt the machine to the man, to develop flying squads which constantly vary the work they do within a given enterprise, to reintegrate excessively specialized jobs by bringing together workers with several skills and multi-purpose machines, see Peter Drucker 62, do not release the individual from the tyranny of the division of labor. The latter is in itself contrary both to human nature and to the interests of the harmonious development of the individual. Professor Mandel points out that, while the average individual suffers a general decline in intelligence around the age of 30 to 35, this decline is much more marked among individuals who have followed the same profession and never changed their environment, always staying in the same place, as against those who have moved about a great deal and have changed their occupations frequently. 63. The tyranny of the division of labor is felt, however, quite differently by workers who have to perform a basically mechanical and routine type of work, and by those who carry out professions which may correspond to a real vocation, artists, scholars, research workers, engineer inventors, designers of machines, architects, and in general all who create, who share in the typically human joy of creation. Exemption from manual toil, escape from boredom and confining and severe routine, the chance to spend one's life in clean and physically comfortable surroundings, and some opportunity for applying one's thoughts to the day's work. This is how Galbraith analyzes the advantages of those who no longer have the feeling that they are performing forced labor. 64. It is true that the word creative does not figure among the conditions listed here, but this is because Galbraith, with a curious mixture of lucidity and apologetic banality, includes in this category of persons not only the professions mentioned above but also, teachers, heads of large companies, advertising experts, etc., who, though they are more highly paid, are no less slaves of the division of labor than the workers are, and are basically subjected to the same alienating disadvantages. 60. True, the intellectual of today is far from being a harmonious or happy person. Even if he has been able to follow his vocation and is free of all material servitude such as would distort or coerce his spirit or his consciousness, conditions rarely fulfilled in capitalist society, any more than in a bureaucratic transitional society. He is still subject to the tyranny of an increasing degree of specialization. As a rule he suffers from an unbalanced way of life, in which physical exercise and nervous equilibrium are not cultivated as conscious purposes, as they should be. Too often cut off from practical life, production, or social activity. The present-day intellectual also suffers from another kind of alienation from praxis and from his social nature. The contrast between the potential and the actual, this historical and social contrast, is transferred to the inner life of the most gifted individuals, where it becomes a more or less conscious conflict between theory and practice, between dream and reality, and this conflict is a cause of the misgiving and anguish, like every contradiction which is unresolved or seems beyond resolution. 68. Nevertheless, these most gifted persons of today, in so far as they have succeeded in devoting their lives to a creative activity which basically corresponds to their inner needs, come closest to what the socialist man of tomorrow could be, when freed from the division of labor and the distinction between manual and mental labor. The generalization of university education which moderately optimistic observers foresee for the end of the 20th century, Soll, Deutscher. 69. The abolition of all routine work, the liberation of research and thought from all material slavery, the active participation of men in the management of the economy and of society, the abolition of the barrier between theory and practice, the socialist humanism which puts human solidarity and love of one's neighbor first among the motives of human action, all these elements of the withering away of the social division of labor are indispensable contributions to the birth of a new man, for which the economic conditions of plenty and socialism furnish only the general possibility, and for which conscious, pedagogical, therapeutic activity on the part of men, in the highest sense, will be the indispensable midwife. Man's limitations. But will this creative human activity, integrating theory and practice, leaving all mechanical and routine work to machines, passing from research to production and from the painter's studio to the site where a new town is being built amid the woods, will it still be labor? This basic category of Marxist sociology and economics must in its turn be subjected to a critical analysis. Labor is the fundamental characteristic of man. It is through labor that the human race appropriates its necessary means of life. It is labor which is at once the primary reason for, the product of and the cement of social relationships. Man does not become a social being in the anthropological sense of the word, does not acquire his normal physiological equipment, without a phase of active socialization which extends from his birth until puberty, if not until his physical and intellectual maturity. But when the need to work in order to produce the means of life has gone, because machines by themselves carry out this work, what remains of labor as man's fundamental characteristic? Anthropology defines the concept of labor. What is, in fact, characteristic of man? Is praxis, action. Man is a creature so constituted physically that he can survive only by acting. 71. Labor in the historical sense of the word, labor as it has been practiced up to now by suffering and miserable mankind, condemned to earn their bread in the sweat of their brows, is only the most wretched, the most inhuman, the most animal form of human praxis. Just as for Frederick Engels the entire history of class-divided humanity is only the prehistory of mankind, so labor in its traditional form is only the prehistoric form of creative, all-sided human praxis, which no longer produces things but harmoniously developed human personalities. After the withering away of the commodity of value, money, classes, the state, and the social division of labor, fully developed socialist society will bring about the withering away of labor in the traditional sense of the word. The final purpose of socialism cannot be the humanization of labor, any more than it can be the improvement of wages or of the wage relationship. There are only transitional stages, expedients, and palliatives. A modern factory will never constitute a normal or human setting for human life, no matter how much the working day is shortened or the place and its machinery are adapted to man's needs. The process of the humanization of man will not be completed until labor has withered away and given place to creative praxis which is solely directed to the creation of human beings of all-round development. For a long time, Homo faber, man as producer of the instruments of labor, has been put before us as the real creator of civilization and of human culture. Recently, writers have tried to show that science, and even philosophy itself, has emerged progressively from productive labor in the strict sense, constantly nourishing itself from practice. 76. The Dutch historian Huizinga has, however, sharply opposed this tradition, with his contrary conception, of Homo ludens, man at play, as the real creator of culture. 77. Marxism, brilliantly confirmed by all present-day anthropology, and to a large extent even by Freudian psychology, enables us to integrate these two currents of thought, each of which reflects a fundamental aspect of human history. At the start, man was both Faber and Ludens. Scientific and artistic techniques progressively separated off from production techniques, but, with their specialization, a social division of labor became indispensable for an initial phase of further progress. Homo faber, banished to outer darkness, has neither the resources nor the leisure for play, free creation, the spontaneous and disinterested exercise of his faculties, which is the specific aspect of human praxis. 79. Homo ludens has become, more and more, man of the privileged classes, that is, of the possessing classes and those dependent on them. But thereby he has in turn suffered a special kind of alienation, his play becomes increasing sad play, and continues so even during the great centuries of social optimism, for instance, the 16th and 19th centuries. Freed from the constraint of routine work, reintegrated in the collective community, socialist man will once again become both Faber and Ludens, increasingly Ludens and at the same time Faber. Already today, attempts are being made to introduce more and more play into certain forms of work, and more serious work into play. 80. The abolition of labor in the traditional sense of the word implies at the same time a new flowering of the chief productive force, the creative energy of man himself. Material disinterestedness is crowned by the creative spontaneity which brings together in the same eternal youth the playfulness of children, the enthusiasm of the artist, and the eureka of the scientist. For the bourgeoisie, property means freedom. In an atomist society of commodity owners, this definition is broadly true. Only a sufficient amount of property releases a man from the slavery of selling his labor power to get the means of existence, from this condemnation to forced labor. This is why bourgeois philanthropists, no less than demagogues, ceaselessly call for the impossible deproletarization of the proletariat through the diffusion of property. Vulgar Marxists have taken out of its context a famous phrase of Hegel's, quoted by Engels, according to which freedom is merely the recognition of necessity. 81 They interpret it in the sense that socialist man will be the subject to the same iron economic laws as capitalist man, with the sole difference that, having become conscious of these laws, he will endeavor to use them to his advantage. This positivist variant of Marxism has nothing in common with the real humanist tradition of Marxist and Engels, with the boldness of their analysis and the profundity of their vision of the future. Marx and Engels both repeated more than once that the realm of freedom 686 begins where necessity ends. Even in a socialist society, factory work would continue to be a sad necessity, which was felt as such. It is in one's leisure hours that real freedom unfolds itself. The more that labor in the traditional sense of the word withers away, the more it is replaced by a creative praxis of all-round developed and socially integrated personalities. The more man frees himself from his needs by satisfying them, the more does the realm of necessity give place to the realm of freedom. Human freedom is not a freely accepted constraint, nor is it a mass of instinctive and disorderly activities such as would degrade the individual. It is a self-realization of man which is an eternal becoming and an eternal surpassing, a continual enrichment of everything human, an all-round development of all facets of humanity. It is neither absolute rest nor perfect happiness, but, after thousands of years of conflicts unworthy of man, the beginning of the real human drama. It is a hymn sung to the glory of man by men aware of their limitations who draw from this awareness the courage to overcome them. To the man of today it seems impossible to be both doctor and architect, machine builder and atom smasher. But who can speak of limitations that man will never be able to break through? Man who is stretching out his arms towards the stars, who is on the brink of producing life in test tubes, and who tomorrow will embrace the entire family of mankind in a spirit of universal brotherhood. Chapter 18. The origin, rise, and withering away of political economy, economic activity and ideology. The poorer a human community is, the more does the struggle for daily bread dominate its everyday life, and the more do the requirements of this struggle influence all its social activities, including those which are not at all directly economic. In primitive communities, for the religious person as for the non-religious, spirits and gods mean nothing apart from the relations between them, on the one hand, and, on the other, those values which are basic for human beings, and economic realities. One man is distinguished from other species by the fact that he appropriates his means of life socially. Social appropriation means appropriation through conscious activities, activities about which men form ideas and ask themselves questions. It is therefore not surprising that, in the most primitive societies, magico-ritual activities are essentially functional, having the direct or indirect purpose of improving or regulating the supply of food. Numberless myths, legends, proverbs, and tales, passed on by oral tradition, bear witness to this fact. Language itself is shaped by it. Among poor tribesmen, as in parts of China, it is the practice to greet people by asking them, "Have you eaten well?" 3. The various expressions of an animistic, ritual and magical character which are assumed by primitive aspirations towards greater well-being, and especially towards greater security of life, cannot be interpreted as ideologies. Ideology springs from conflict between men and not from conflict between men and nature. Primitive thought may supply a naively animistic envelope to the natural forces which it discovers empirically, and it may believe that the laws governing natural phenomena have their source in a mysterious life force. It does not, however, seek to conceal the facts, but rather to make use of them for practical purposes. It is above all pragmatic in its approach. It is only when the division of society into classes begins, when the social division of labor separates mental labor from manual labor, and the need to justify exploitation appears, that ideology in the sense of bad conscience can arise. The old mentality, based on primitive clan communism, slowly dissolves. But its vitality remains very great, and thousands of years have to pass before the last traces of these feelings of elementary solidarity disappear. It is, moreover, by utilizing these feelings of solidarity and cooperative discipline within a communistic society that the first ideologists in the service of the ruling classes endeavor to persuade the working classes to accept their situation of permanent inferiority. This is the organic conception of society, which is worked out in order to justify a social division of labor identified with the division of society into rich and poor, privileged persons and producers, those who give orders and those who obey them. Thus, in the 4th century BC, Menenius Agrippa explained to the producers that it was quite in order for them to work so as to maintain the idle rich, since the latter fulfilled in relation to them the same function as the stomach in relation to the arms. 6. About the same time, without knowing of the work of his Roman colleague, the Chinese philosopher Mang Tsze, Mencius, c. 380–290 BC, was justifying in exactly the same way the social division of labor between mental and manual workers. There are mental workers and manual workers. The mental workers keep order, among the others, the manual workers are kept in order. Those who are kept in order by the others feed the latter. Yes, indeed. Those who keep the others in order are fed by them. Therein lies the duty of everyone on earth. 7. Some few dozen years earlier, in his Republic, Politeia, Plato had compared the philosophers to the head, the guardians to the breast, and the rest of the people to the lower parts of the social organisms. Already in the 8th century BC, however, the Song of Purusha, in the Hindu literature of the Brahminical era, made the 4 classes of society spring from 4 different parts of the body of the god Purusha. The priests are born from his head, the warrior nobles from his arms, the peasants from his thighs, and the slaves from his feet. 8. The apologetic purpose of this idea is obvious. It is hard to deny that. It was worked out in order to justify a social order which seemed unfair to the mass of the people. The dawn of economic thought. If ideology was born with the division of society into classes, the dawn of economic thought of political economy coincides with the development of a society based on petty commodity production. The organic conception of society is doubtless needed to justify social exploitation. But the latter remains transparent. The possessing classes appropriate the social surplus product directly, in the form of use values. There is no mystery to be penetrated, no veil to be rent, and so no law to be discovered. When commodity production, production for a more or less unknown market, and money economy appear, when sudden fluctuations in prices cause thousands of producers to fall into debt and to be ruined, when money dissolves the ancient social relationships and separates the cultivator from his forefathers' land, the first problems of an economic kind arise. Only then are the first attempts made to find an answer to these problems. It was in China and in Greece, where petty commodity production and money economy seem to have first arisen, that the dawn of man's economic thinking occurred. The questions which preoccupied the first economic thinkers related essentially to economic and social instability. The Chinese thinkers, no less than Plato and Aristotle, strove to find the reasons for this instability and how to cure it. Neither the Chinese nor the Greeks regarded wealth, or enrichment, as the worthiest purpose or most useful activity of the citizen. The equilibrium of the community, the city, the state, was put higher than the enrichment of certain individuals. These ideas faithfully reflect the level of social development reached by ancient Greece and by China, in which trade and credit occupied a secondary position, with the crafts and agriculture still the fundamental economic activities, and with social stability seeming to be the condition for everyone's well-being. Any social instability disorganized irrigation and caused famine in China. Civil wars and wars between cities destroyed the prosperity of the Greek polis. But these first thinkers found themselves faced by a paradoxical situation. On the one hand, agriculture was the foundation of society, the peasant the most useful citizen. On the other, money seemed to be more powerful than the peasant. Commodity economy was undermining economic stability. Obsessed by this problem, the first Chinese economic chroniclers gave their works the title, Food and Money. 9. Stefan Balisch does not hesitate to translate this formula as use values and exchange values. 10. Even if this is anachronistic, it cannot be denied that the old Chinese writers, no less than Plato and Aristotle, did distinguish between exchange value and use value. Almost at the same time, but independently of each other, Plato and Marxist deduced the need for commodity production and money economy from the division of labor and the advantages offered by the latter for the satisfaction of human needs. 11. They both upheld the necessity for exchange, and thereby justified the existence of merchants, as being a sort of necessary evil. But both of them remained puzzled by the exact laws governing exchange. It is significant that the Greek philosophers were more concerned with penetrating the nature of exchange value, whereas the Chinese were above all anxious to discover the laws governing price fluctuations. There is the outline of a quantity theory of money in the Histories of Nations, in which Duke Mu, of Chan, declares that if corn is too dear then more copper money must be put into circulation, so that prices, of other goods, may fall. When corn is cheap, and is being used as medium of exchange, prices, of other goods, rise too much and it is necessary again to issue copper money in order to bring these prices down. 12. These theories are copied from one economic chronicle to another, and are to be found in both the Hanzhou and the Suizhou. We likewise find in all these chronicles appeals for a policy of price control, so as to protect the peasant from exploitation by merchants and by dishonest officials. 13. This is the Confucian conception of money and of the state. It was Aristotle who most clearly defined the dual nature of the commodity, as being both a use value and an exchange value. 14. This distinction was passed on to the Middle Ages, first in the legal theory of Islam and then in the thought of the Christian scholastics. In discussions among Muslim scholars about the problem of income tax, zakat, a distinction is made between a tax which falls on land and cattle, confining itself to their physical nature, their use value, and which is therefore determined by law once and for all, and a tax which falls on commodities, which are taxed in accordance with their commercial value, that is, their exchange value, a tax which thus varies according to the value of these commodities. This distinction clearly shows the mark of a society which combines the village community, in which land and cattle remain inalienable, with petty commodity production in the towns. When, at the highest point of the development of the Islamic Empire, cattle and land in their turn became articles of trade, this led to grave complications in the tax system. 15. The origins of the labor theory of value. It is the appearance of the commodity that disturbs the age-old routine of primitive economy. What is the exchange value of commodities? How can it be determined? 694. Marxist records that a certain Hsu Sung thought that it could be deduced from the purely physical properties of commodities, a certain length of linen material should be exchanged for a certain quantity of silk stuffs, a certain amount of wheat for a certain amount of millet, and so on. 16. He apparently rejected this theory, and, with other Chinese writers, e.g. Lu Qi, in the 8th century AD, soon came to the view that labor was the only source of value. 11. But it was only agricultural labor he meant, so that these Chinese writers can be truly regarded as the ancestors of the physiocratic school. Plato came to the brink of a labor theory of value, in a famous passage in the Republic. Is each one of them the minimum of 4 or 5 men of different trades needed for a state to bring the product of his work into a common stock? Should our one farmer, for example, provide food enough for 4 people, and spend the whole of his working time in producing corn, so as to share with the rest, or should he take no notice of them and spend only a quarter of his time on growing just enough corn for himself, and divide the other 3/4 between building his house, weaving his clothes, and making his shoes, so as to save the trouble of sharing with others and attend himself to all his own concerns. 18. This passage is remarkable not only because the writer senses intuitively the real nature of the exchange value of commodities, but also because he adopts the only approach that enables one to get to the point, analysis of exchange value as a social phenomenon, as the cement of a society based on exchange, marked by the division of labor which obliges everyone to work for everyone else, and which thus requires an objective criterion of measurement to which these different kinds of social employment can be reduced in order to make them comparable. But it is not surprising that the thinkers of ancient Greece were unable to get any further than this point reached by Plato, and to formulate a real labor theory of value. The reason was that in Greece productive labor was essentially slave labor, and for this reason despised * this disgrace of slavery weighed heavily on the productive application of technical inventions. 19. It weighed especially heavily on ideology, preventing recognition of labor as the only source of exchange value. Thus, Aristotle, in his Nicomachean Ethics, 20 took up Plato's idea according to which exchange arises from the division of labor, and added to it the idea of justice determined by proportionality. Exchange is just when it is proportional, that is, when gains and losses are equal on both sides. But proportionality must be measureable. It necessitates a standard, a common yardstick. According to Aristotle, this is to be found in need, indigentia. If person A exchanges article A for article B, which belongs to person B, the satisfaction of A's need must stand to the satisfaction of B's as the value of A stands to the value of B. With this theory of value, infant political economy had got into a blind alley, since the study of needs takes one into psychology and not into the analysis of socio-economic phenomena. The petty commodity production of antiquity experienced its freest expansion in the Greek society of the 6th to 3rd centuries BC. The development of critical thought attained in this period was also not subsequently surpassed. The breakup of ancient society was accompanied by a breakup of theoretical thought. Only when, during the Middle Ages, petty commodity production underwent a fresh expansion in the Italian, Flemish, French, English, and German communes did nascent political economy take up some of the threads left by Plato and Aristotle. Through the medium of Arab and Jewish commentators these writers began to be known and studied from the 12th to 13th centuries onward. Soon, the more advanced economic reality of this period compelled the scholastic theologians to go beyond Aristotle's idea of value measured by the intensity of the needs it satisfies. It was the rationalistic renaissance of the 13th century, especially in Sorbonne circles, that stimulated this critical revision. 21 * Little-known commentators and preachers like Robert Grosseteste seem to have prepared this advance. But it was Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas who were actually to make economic science take this big step forward. Taking up Aristotle's demonstration that exchange is based on proportionality between needs and values, Albertus defined need not as the memra but as the cause of this proportionality. 23 And he went on to take up partially Plato's ideas of time and trouble, giving it the more exact form of labor and charges, labor et expensi. When an architect exchanges a house he has designed for shoes produced by a cobbler, a proportion must be achieved, in the value of the two commodities, such that to the same extent that the architect has expended more labor and charges in his work than the cobbler, he receives likewise more shoes and money than he gives in houses. 24 However, Albertus Magnus does not work out a pure labor theory of value, the intensity of need, which first appears as a condition of exchange value, later reappears as a measure of value. With Thomas Aquinas we find essentially the same approach, but with greater clarity and precision in the exposition. If there is no proportionate exchange, the city breaks down, since it is based on the division of labor. And exchange is not proportionate when there is no proportionality between everyone's productive effort, quod actio unius artificio mira est quam actio altierius. 25 And in this case, society falls back into a state of slavery, that is, the rendering of unpaid labor, like that of a slave. Aquinas here shows great clarity of thought, since petty commodity production does indeed presuppose equal exchanges between free owners, something contrary to the forced labor of serfs or slaves. He advances right to the brink of a labor theory of value formulated in a modem way when he presents Aristotle's quadrilateral of proportions of exchange in this way. Let us assume that at one comma A, there are two books, and at another B there is one book, and that at C there is a person. Sortus. For example, who has worked for 2 days, and at D there is Plato, who has worked for 1 day. Then the ratio of A to B should be the same as that of C to D, that is, A should have twice the value of B. 26. At this point, labor time, the amount of labor contributed, is thus presented as the measure of value. Later, Aquinas seems to indicate a retreat to a notion of value measured by need. But his formulations are not very clear, see section 9 of Book 5, and remain, more than in the case of Albertus Magnus, close to the idea of need, use value, as a condition rather than a measure of exchange value. It even seems that when he departs from the labor theory of value it is to examine the market prices rather than the value of commodities. 21. Much has been written about this bold step forward in economic thought made by Thomas Aquinas. Some have expressed doubt that there was any step forward, themselves mixing up use value with exchange value. Others have claimed that this was a mere youthful error, and that in the Summa Theologica Aquinas returns to a purely Aristotelian conception, that is, a subjectivist one, of exchange value. 28. Schumpeter himself, in his History of Economic Analysis, seems to have greatly underestimated Aquinas's contribution. Other writers, however, present him as the real forerunner of Ricardo, if not of Karl Marx himself, e.g. Selma Hagenauer and Edmund Schreiber. How are we to explain both the progress and the limitations in the economic thinking of Thomas Aquinas? They seem to be due essentially to the objective reality of his age and the specific ideological needs to which Aquinas tried to find solutions. International trade and trade in money had invaded a society characterized by natural economy, on the one hand, and a considerable development of petty commodity production, on the other. Alongside thousands of small producers who sold their products, in order to buy their means of life, were appearing merchants, usurers, and bankers who bought commodities, rents, etc., in order to sell at a profit. Thomas, being a theologian, had to reconcile economic reality with the teaching of the Church. He had to draw a line between what is just and what is not. He could not justify usury, but he could not condemn trade, either. His economic ideology thus reflects the contradictions of a doctrine which emerged essentially from the period in which the Church was a feudal power within a natural economy, and which was then adapted to a new era, based on money economy, into which the Church was trying to integrate itself while striving to safeguard at one and the same time both its creed and its possessions. Thomas condemns the trader who ad hoc emit ut carius vendat, who buys in order to sell dearer, 30, but justifies the trader who transports goods, or stores them, and makes a legitimate profit quasi stipendium laboris, almost like wages for work performed. Starting from the tradition of Aristotle, which was based on contempt for slave labor, Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas endeavor to reconcile with this the teaching of the Fathers of the Church, who honor the merits of labor. But it is above all in order to justify merchants' profit that they declare that the trader embodies in commodities a value proportionate to his labor and charges, a theory which had already been upheld by the Talmud 31 and which was gradually taken up by the scholastics of the 13th and 14th centuries. Eventually, Thomas seems to have come close to the labor theory of value in order to defend the established order rather than to criticize the capitalism which was coming to birth in his native country. While other scholastic thinkers, notably Duns Scotus, took up and developed the theory of exchange value based on labor and charges, labor et expensi, it was in another society based on petty commodity production, in the Islamic Empire, that a great inheritor of the Aristotelian tradition, Abd al-Rahman ibn Khaldun, 1332-1406, took up these same ideas and made them more precise, embodying them moreover in a conception of social history which comes close 4.5 centuries before Marx. To historical materialism. Before Adam Smith, Ibn Khaldun declares that the wealth of nations lies in the products of arts and crafts, commodities. 33 He extends this idea: if the price of wheat is higher in Spain than in North Africa, 84 This is because a longer period of labor and higher costs of cultivation have been needed in order to produce it, and not because foodstuffs are scarcer there. 35 Here, in contrast to Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Duns Scotus and the other scholastics, it is no longer the determination of the just price but the explanation of current prices that is sought. The theory of value is no longer based on ethical criteria but on a synthesis of empirical data and theoretical analysis. For Ibn Khaldun does not fail to formulate his theory of value in a general form. Everything that constitutes acquisition and funds, of goods, and wealth proceeds only from man's labor. Without labor, these occupations, crafts, agriculture, mining, would yield no profit or advantage zero. Following this idea through, Ibn Khaldun glimpses the reduction of skilled labor to simple labor and even has an intuition of a theory of surplus value. He writes, indeed, that the great profits of the mighty of this earth represent appropriation of the unpaid labor or gifts tribute, of others. 37. In a society based on petty commodity production, Ibn Khaldun figures as a forerunner. A fresh and deep-going upheaval in the mode of production, in economic reality, was needed before man could become conscious of all the contradictions inherent in the production of commodities, and in the commodity itself, before political economy could really be born as a science. The development of the labor theory of value between the 14th and 17th centuries. The theory of value was to mark time, or even to retreat, as compared with the progress achieved by Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Duns Scotus and Ibn Khaldun. But the embryonic political economy of that period did not stop developing. This development took some criss-cross paths before covering the short distance separating Ibn Khaldun from William Petty. Owing to this detour, it became enriched with many new problems, it came closely to grips with the whole of the relevant matter, and took cognizance of a mass of empirical data which Ibn Khaldun and Thomas Aquinas lacked, not to mention Plato and Aristotle. From the last of the scholastics through the mercantilists and the physiocrats, it was the problem of the nature of wealth that preoccupied economists. They were led to this problem through studying the currency prob*. Lems and disturbances caused by the debasement of the currency practiced from the 14th century onward, on a large scale, by various European rulers. The influx of precious metals in the 16th century and then the price revolution which it caused gave rise to a number of questions concerning the relationship between a nation's wealth, its trade and production, the stock of precious metals in its possession and its trade balance, the ratio between public expenditure and general prosperity, etc. Many mercantilist writings have a remarkably modern ring, as Keynes observed, 39 less by their methods of investigation than by the clearly pragmatic nature of their analyses and conclusions. To the question what makes the wealth of nations, the mercantilists reply, successively, population, influx of precious metals, Sarah, that is, a credit balance of payments, a favorable trade balance, trade and manufactures, the fertility of the soil. 40 The example of Spain which, owing to the deficit in its balance of payments, was eventually impoverished by its colonial conquests, despite the enormous treasure of precious metals which flowed in every year. The example of the Netherlands which, thanks to their trade and their industry soon became the richest nation in Europe, gave inspiration and confirmation to the mercantilist theories. Most of the scholastics of the 15th and 16th centuries, especially the Spaniards, such as Molina, specialized in justifying trade, and their theories of the just price, and of interest which is justified in so far as the trader works, link up with the mercantilists who acknowledge that the current price is the just price. The current price depends either on the amount of money, Locke, or on the relation between supply and demand, Barbon, or on need, or on all these factors taken together. The distinction between current price and just price is already implicit in Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica, in which the current price, pretium datum, as against the just price, is determined by copiet inopii, plenty or scarcity, that is, supply and demand. Point 41. It should be added that several mercantilists, such as the Spaniard Pedro Fernandez Navarrete, and even a pre-mercantilist like the Neapolitan Carafa, formulated ideas which come close to the labor theory of value. 42. It is unjust to the mercantilists to consider them mainly in relation to the protectionist measures which they inspired and justified in order to ensure a favorable balance of payments for Britain. Actually, the mercantilists were reacting against the conservative tendency of Jean Bodin or Stafford, who wanted to go back to the strict regulations of the Middle Ages in order to stop the damage being done by the price revolution of the 16th century. Typical representatives of mercantilism like Thomas Mun, England's treasure by foreign trade, declared against medieval regulation and in favor 700 of freedom of internal trade. If they called for protectionist measures, the development of the merchant navy, the restriction of imports and the expansion of exports, this was because for them the accumulation of precious metals within the country was already synonymous with the accumulation of a profitable stock, that is of capital, and of capital which must be made to work, i.e. that must be invested, in order to increase the national wealth. 43. The mercantilists' ideas admirably reflect the requirements and the limitations of a capitalism which remains basically that of a merchant bourgeoisie. But they were already coming close to a more finished labor theory of value, going beyond considerations of the intensity of needs or of supply and demand. Some mercantilists did not restrict themselves to noting that it is the market that determines prices. Behind the bewildering fluctuations in these prices they sought a constant which would explain the mystery. In the 17th century William Petty, Political Arithmetic, 1631, and Bois Guilbert, Detail de la France, examine most systematically the problem of exchange value, and offer the two solutions which, in the 18th century, were to define the two streams in political economy once it had become a scientific system, namely, the British classical school and the French physiocratic school. For the founder of the physiocratic school it is agricultural labor that constitutes in the last analysis the sole source of value. For William Petty, however, it is labor as such that is the source of all exchange value. Suppose a man could with his own hands plant a certain scope of land with corn. Let another man go travel into a country where there is silver, there dig it, refine it, bring it to the same place where the other man planted his corn. I say, the silver of the one must be esteemed of equal value with the corn of the other, if the same time be spent on producing each. Let 100 men work 10 years upon corn, and the same number of men, the same time upon silver. I say, that the neat proceed of the silver is the price of the whole neat proceed of the corn. 44. The idea of natural, or intrinsic, price, as against current, or market, price emerged slowly in the course of the 17th and at the beginning of the 18th century, 45 in step with the emergence of another idea, that of the natural rent which all capital, or, rather, all labor, can produce over and above its own costs of maintenance. It is significant that Petty and all the other early writers, as also the physiocrats, speak only of rent and not of profit. The social surplus value still had, essentially, a purely agricultural origin. But political economy thus advances towards the idea which determines the intrinsic price of commodities on the basis of their cost of production, to which is added an average rent, in Petty's case, the average yearly rent of a field over a 7-year period. The first mercantilist writers described economic life and arrived at the national rent, or national dividend as a result of the circulation of commodities. But with the growth in manufacturing production and the technical revolution in agriculture during the 17th and 18th centuries, the production of the social surplus product became the focus of attention. Thus, there is more than one common feature between Petty and his natural rent, on the one hand, and the physiocrats on the other, who thought they had discovered the origin of the entire social surplus product in the difference between the product of the peasant's labor and his own cost of upkeep. It seems, moreover, established that the most representative writer among the physiocrats, Quesnay, was influenced by ancient Chinese economic thought, which postulated that agricultural labor alone creates values. 46. The physiocrats' endeavor to determine the origin of all social incomes is an excellent reflection of the French economic reality in the first half of the 18th century. The incomes of the noble owners of land were indeed merely the surplus produced by the peasants. As for the crafts and manufactories, they mainly worked for these nobles, since they still mainly produced luxury goods. 47. The idea that only the labor of the peasants produced new value led to an extremely practical proposition, namely, that only the nobles, being the appropriators of the surplus, of the national rent, ought to pay taxes. On this level too, the physiocrats encountered Petty, who, in less advanced economic conditions, had arrived at similar conclusions. 48. Petty and his successors John Locke, Richard Cantillon, James Steuart and many others went further than the physiocrats in recognizing the property possessed by all labor of creating exchange value. But they did not discover a true common measure of value. Labor and land, two sources of value, this was the contradictory conclusion to which they came, and which they strove vainly to reconcile. This contradiction reflects the actual situation of capitalist economy in this period, in a state of transition between a predominantly agricultural economy and one based on industrial production. In his famous book The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith provided the first classical exposition of all the economic theories that were current in his day. He owed much to his British and French predecessors, and often merely repeated more precisely what they had already said. But his analysis of the commodity, of the division of labor, of capital and value, of simple and complex labor, constituted for the first time a coherent system. It was he who first systematically formulated the labor theory of value, which reduces the value of commodities to the amount of labor contained in them, and which endeavors to support this theory by a number of proofs, including historical ones. Nevertheless, Adam Smith remained a prisoner of his period. His system of political economy involves three main contradictions which, in the last analysis, can all be attributed to the imperfections in his value theory. First, he does not clearly distinguish between labor and labor power. In fact, his theory of value is more a theory reducing the value of commodities to the costs of labor than a theory which reduces this value to the expenditure of amounts of labor. Though he keeps on repeating that labor alone, is alone the ultimate and real standard by which the value of all commodities can at all times and places be estimated and compared. 50. In the last analysis he reduces labor to a worker's wages, that is, to the value of the corn needed to feed this worker. This results in an obvious vicious circle. On the one hand, the value of commodities is determined by the labor they contain, but, on the other, the value of the labor which they contain is determined by the value of the corn that feeds the worker. This corn is, however, a commodity in its turn, its value being determined by the labor it contains. And so on. The value of labor is thus determined by the value of labor. Going on to break down the value of each commodity into wages, ground rent, and profit, Adam Smith quite correctly reduces these three elements to living human labor, of which in the last analysis, they are products. But he thus misunderstands the dual function of labor power, that of creating new value and that of conserving the value of the means of production it uses. Thereby, his ideas about reproduction are spoiled from the start. The problem of the accumulation of capital in the form of increase in the stock of capital goods eludes him, and also even more completely, the problem of the division of commodities into two great categories, capital goods and consumer goods. Finally, Adam Smith regards profits and ground rent as two different entities, which make their appearance as the incomes of two different social classes. But though he realizes that rent increases only at the expense of profits, if wages are at their lowest, and though in passing he reduces these two kinds of income to a single socio-economic origin, the social surplus product, he does not treat the surplus product as a category distinct from the forms in which it manifests itself. Indeed, he asks no questions about the origin of capitalist profit, contenting himself with noting that if the capitalist got no profit on his capital, he would restrict himself to utilizing it for the purchase of a piece of land that would bring in a rent. He does, however, recognize that this profit is a part of the new value created by the worker. All these contradictions in Adam Smith's theory have a common source. This economist remained a prisoner of his time, which was in the main prior to the Industrial Revolution. 52. For this reason, the problem of the depreciation of fixed capital eluded him, for in domestic industry men mainly worked with instruments of production which were passed down from father to son and not yet periodically replaced under the whip of ceaseless technical revolutions. This is also why he was unable to grasp the real nature of value. Since he became aware of it primarily in the process of circulation of commodities produced by their owners*, it was only when labor power had itself become a commodity, and that, moreover on a big scale, that it became possible to penetrate the secret of value. Climax and breakup of classical political economy. With David Ricardo, classical political economy finds its perfected bourgeois form and nears the brink of its inevitable breakup. In his Principles of Political Economy, 1817, Ricardo starts from the very point at which Adam Smith ended. The work begins with this famous passage: the value of a commodity, or the quantity of any other commodity for which it will exchange, depends on the relative quantity of labor which is necessary for its production, and not on the greater or less compensation which is paid for that labor. 53. Although, in the process of criticizing Adam Smith, Ricardo soon arrived at the distinction between labor and labor power, he did not draw from this distinction the conclusions which were to enable Marx to find the answer to the basic difficulty of any labor theory of value. Unlike Adam Smith, he does not make any dichotomy between products of labor and products of accumulated stock, capital, but explains that living labor introduces into the value of the raw material which it transforms part of the value of the instruments of labor which it sets in motion. Capital itself thus has a value which is ultimately derived from the amount of labor needed to produce it. Consequently, a real, consistent labor theory of value is thus set forth, in which the amount of labor expended in production, measured in hours of labor, becomes the sole measure of exchange value. Professor Sraffa has convincingly shown that, contrary to a generally accepted view, Ricardo did not modify his conception of value in the last years of his life. 54. What does emerge, however, from his last writings is uneasiness and misgiving about the relations between value and price. Ricardo had soon discovered that commodities were sold at prices which were only approximately equivalent to the amount of labor needed to produce them. The relative cost of production of two commodities is nearly in proportion to the quantity of labor from first to last bestowed upon them. 55. This approximateness results, in Ricardo's opinion, from the fact that the composition of capital, what Marx was to call the organic composition of capital, its greater or less durability, that is, the division of it between fixed capital and circulating capital, also has an influence on value. According to Ricardo, it is a matter of contradiction in the facts themselves, but a contradiction to which he was never able to find a solution. It was Marx who solved this contradiction through his theory of the equalization of the rate of profit and the formation of prices of production. It was not accidental that Ricardo, while formulating a classical theory of value, did not manage to formulate a harmonious theory of prices. The reason is that the idea of an average rate of profit, and the exact calculation thereof, are inseparably linked with the idea of surplus value and surplus labor, unpaid labor, that is, with the exposure of the exploiting character of the capitalist mode of production. With Ricardo, classical political economy had reached its most advanced stage of development. In its progressive and revolutionary struggle against landed property, this political economy had exposed the parasitic nature of all income not derived from labor. It had called for the widest freedom of production and exchange, as the only way to lower the costs of production of commodities, and thereby to increase the wealth of nations. In the famous debate between Ricardo and Malthus, the spokesman of the parasitic classes of society, this historically progressive role of the labor theory of value comes out clearly but at the very moment when the British bourgeoisie was dealing its last triumphant blows against landed property, on the eve of the repeal of the Corn Laws and the victory of free trade, its revolutionary role came to an end. The British working class had boldly raised its head, and had received in reply the slaughter of Peterloo. The British bourgeoisie was thenceforth disposed to concern itself more with the defense of its own privileges than with the struggle against the privileges of the landed proprietors. Its conservative role became increasingly more important than its revolutionary role. Ricardo formulated a theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, but he deduced it not from the laws of accumulation of capital but from his theory of differential ground rent, diminishing returns from the soil, increasing costliness of foodstuffs, and the increase in nominal wages resulting therefrom. 56 Starting from the level attained by David Ricardo, economic science could not advance further, except to the peak to which Karl Marx was to lead it. In order to reach this peak it was necessary at once to expose the apologetic character of the system and to formulate a coherent theory of surplus value, of profit, of the equalization of the rate of profit, of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, of the crises and contradictions from which the capitalist order suffers. It was necessary also to show the historically limited nature of a system which was doomed to give way to a higher social system. Those who could not or would not follow that path were compelled to retrace their steps and descend from Ricardo's heights into the marshes of eclectic and vulgar political economy. Post-Ricardian political economy thus appears as a phase of climax and break-up of the classical system, a climax and break-up realized positively by Marx and Engels, and negatively by the epigones and eclectic critics of Ricardo, those whom Marx called the vulgar economists. Marx's contribution. Marx transcended Ricardo in three ways. Through his working out of the theory of surplus value, his greatest achievement in the economic field, as he himself declared, see his letter to Engels, August 24, 1867-57, he made possible a comprehensive synthesis of sociology and economics and discovered the underlying law of all historical evolution, the law which explains the class struggle. Through his working out of the theory of the equalization of the rate of profit, of the formation of prices of production, and of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, Marx made it possible to transform an economic system hitherto seen as essentially static into a dynamic system, the chief laws of development of which he revealed. Through his working out of a theory of the reproduction of capital and of the national income, and through his adumbration of a theory of crises, he simultaneously achieved a first practical synthesis of microeconomic and macroeconomic ideas. The decisive step forward achieved by socio-economic thought through Marx was indeed the reduction of the separate categories of profit, rent, and interest to a single basic category, treated as such, the category of surplus value, or surplus labor. 58 Thanks to this reduction, which Adam Smith had merely glimpsed and which Ricardo had begun to undertake but had failed to realize, Marx was able to reveal in its turn the nature of this surplus value, which is only a particular, monetary form of the universal historical category of the social surplus product, surplus labor. Thenceforth, the modum proletarian could be seen as merely the heir of the medieval serf and the slave of the ancient world, and his exploitation by the capitalist class presented no further mystery. By revealing the economic secret of surplus value, the difference between the value of labor power and the value created by labor power, he was able to resolve all the 706 contradictions of the labor theory of value and establish economic theory on a coherent scientific basis. By revealing the social secret of surplus value, private appropriation of surplus value, of unpaid labor, Marx was able at one blow to grasp what is rational and inexorable in the behavior of capitalists, striving to lengthen the working day, to reduce costs of production by developing the use of machinery, to accumulate as much capital as possible in order to release as much labor as possible, etc., and also what is logical and inevitable in the workers' reactions to this. he has often been reproached with formulating an economic theory based on moral indignation. The truth of the matter is that his rigorous economic analysis made it possible for the first time to base moral indignation on firm scientific foundations. Thanks to his theory of surplus value, Marx carried through the difficult task of reducing value to price of production, thereby laying the basis for an harmonious synthesis of microeconomic and macroeconomic theory. The same analysis embraced both each commodity taken separately and the social product as a whole. True, Marx was not the first to work out a general formula for the circulation and reproduction of the social product. It was Petty, King, Bois-Guilbert, Richard Cantillon, the real father of the famous tableau économique, and Quesnay who were the pioneers of macroeconomic investigation. But whereas with Quesnay the formula of social reproduction is based on a conception limited by the conditions of his time, the idea that only the labor of the peasant produces a surplus, a social rent, Marx bases his reproduction formulas on the idea of the accumulation of capital, the great driving force of capitalist society. Whereas all other economists, contemporary or to come, were prisoners of their epoch, if not behind their times. Marx, like every real genius, was in advance of his age. Having grasped the driving forces of the capitalist mode of production, he developed his analysis to its logical conclusion, and was thus able to glimpse the dynamic, at once promising and frightening, of the uninterrupted revolutions in technique which did not, in fact, occur on a worldwide scale until after his death. Just as Marx had forerunners who had had a sort of presentiment of the theory of surplus value, such as Thomson, Hodgkins, and especially Richard Jones, 60, so also he was not the first to formulate the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This law comes to us from Malthus and Ricardo. But they based it on the law of diminishing returns from the soil, whereas Marx was the first to deduce this law from the tendencies of capital accumulation, linking it directly to the labor theory of value. If living labor is the sole creator of value, then the reduction in the share of this labor, wages, in total capital, through the growth in the share of constant capital, necessarily reduces surplus labor relatively to capital. Thereby also microeconomic and macroeconomic analysis were closely linked one with the other. It is in the secret of the commodity itself that are to be discovered all the contradictions which doom the capitalist order to its inescapable fate. Finally, without dealing with the problem of periodical crises in a systematic way, he had reserved this problem for a subsequent chapter of Capital which was never written. Marx was the first economist to give it a central position in the laws of development of the capitalist system, to grasp it as the outcome of contradictions inherent in the capitalist mode of production and not as the effect of external causes, whether accidental or natural. True, economists contemporary with him such as Malthus, Sismondi, J.B. Say, McCulloch, and Ricardo himself had from time to time touched on periodical crises. But none of them had incorporated a theory of crises in the logic of his economic system. In Marx, however, all the data and material for constructing a modern theory of crises are to be found. This is so true that a present-day economist, Vasily Leontiev, has declared that all modern crisis theories are derived in one way or another from Marx. Attacks on the labor theory of value. In Marx's case, classical political economy was surpassed in a positive way. In that of the school known as the vulgar, or eclectic, economists, it was to be surpassed in a negative way. Sensing that the ground would slip from under their feet if they clung to the labor theory of value, most of Ricardo's successors who did not go forward in the same direction as Marx retreated to the position of Adam Smith, or else to a purely eclectic and superficial conception of value. The first reaction against classical Ricardian political economy was given expression by Malthus. This consisted, in the last analysis, in a return to the confusion between labor as the essence of value and labor power as the creator of value which marked economic thinking from William Petty to Adam Smith. At the same time, in order to explain profit, Malthus returned to the banal notion that this is merely an extra added to the cost price of goods. This notion dominated the writings of Jean-Baptiste Say, the prototype of what Marx called the school of vulgar economists, a school characterized by the abandonment of all attempts to systematize and synthesis, an essentially psychological theory of profit being stuck onto an eclectic theory of value which confined itself to describing the well-known factors of production. J.B. Say, as a popularizer of Adam Smith, already worked out in crude form all the answers which bourgeois political economy has 708 found, right down to our own day, to the problems of surplus value and profit. These two are, moreover, curiously and eclectically mixed up together in his writings. On the one hand he has a theory according to which surplus value is produced by capital, in the material sense of the word. On the other, he has a theory which sees surplus value as compensation received by the capitalists for the wear and tear suffered by their capital when it is used. These two theories gave birth to the theory of abstinence, first formulated by Nassau Sr. All capital, it is said, starts with the sum of money which might have been consumed. The capitalist thus sacrifices immediate consumption in order to save the money, and he thus makes possible its use in order to buy instruments of labor which do not directly serve consumption. This sacrifice, this saving, must be compensated, and the compensation is interest, surplus value. As for entrepreneur's profit, this is nothing but the wages paid him for the labor of management, without which no production could take place. Carried to its logical extreme, the theory of abstinence obviously comes to an absurdity. When Keynes speaks of the sacrifice which he the entrepreneur incurs by employing the equipment instead of leaving it idle, 01 we are clearly in the realm of the unreal, since no entrepreneur sacrifices anything when he uses equipment which he has bought for the very purpose of using it. There is no sacrifice, loss, abstinence for the entrepreneur except in so far as the equipment is not used. The theory of abstinence is meaningless except so far as it applies exclusively to money capital. Any application of it to other forms of capital is absurd. But even in its refined form, applied exclusively to money capital, the theory of abstinence explains nothing at all. Does Mr. Morgan really make a sacrifice when he abstains from consuming $100 million a year in the form of champagne and gold knickknacks, and prefers to invest this money? Is not the truth of the matter rather that he invests his capital because he cannot consume it, because this capital exceeds by a very wide margin what he requires to meet his needs? In despair, the supporters of the abstinence theory then fell back on a mythical epoch, lost in the mists of the past, during which the initial stock of capital was built up through some people saving part of their income whereas others wasted theirs. 63 But study of the origins of money capital shows that this epoch never existed. Indeed, it is not a minority of thrifty people who are to be found at the source of the social surplus product, but the minority of usurpers who took from the producers part of their surplus, whether by agreement or by force, who are the ancestors of modern capitalism. There was abstinence, all right, but it was the forced abstinence of the producers, and not of the entrepreneurs. In the end, the vulgar economists, with the exception of the neoclassical school of Bohm-Bawerk, are satisfied with recording the facts, that is, that there is the owner of capital, the worker, and the landowner, each of whom draws an income from current production, because each of them is indispensable or scarce. 65 The degree of scarcity is supposed to be precisely shown by the price paid to the given factor of production. Here is an obvious begging of the question. One starts by assuming that incomes are allocated according to this criterion, and one confirms this assumption in the analysis, without ever asking whether these factors are actually creators of value. In reality, fixed capital creates no income, any more than land does. A machine to which the power of living labor is not applied, directly or indirectly, produces no value. The allocation of incomes among capitalists, workers, and landowners takes place on the market. But the market is characterized by an institutional inequality, without which the capitalist regime could not last a single day, the monopoly of the means of production in the hands of one social class, the obligation to which another social class is subject to sell its labor power, in order to be able to exist. The prices of the factors of production correspond to this inequality of market conditions. They have nothing to do with the theoretical problem of the creation of value. Some may retort, granted that this is so, why should we not be satisfied with this critique of the institutional conditions of inequality on the market? Why should we seek some mysterious intrinsic value, echo of the old natural price, lying behind actual prices, market prices? What does this labor theory of value add to the concrete analysis of capitalist phenomena, or to the analysis of its laws of development, which can just as well be undertaken on the basis of prices of production? The endeavor to find a simple category which provides the ultimate explanation of the structure of internal logic of phenomena is not a mere intellectual exercise. It is the way in which all scientific thinking proceeds, in all fields of knowledge. Chemists try to reduce all substances to a molecular structure. Physicists reduce molecules to atomic structures, made up of electrons or other infinitely tiny particles. Linguistics has become a science with the discovery of its constituent elements, phonemes. Every discipline which declines to look for comparatively simple elements behind apparent forms dooms itself to pure empiricism, remains confined to the surface of things, and is incapable of grasping them in their process of development. By discovering this constituent element, value, economic science becomes possessed of a key for the solving of a number of practical problems. Without the labor theory of value, no theory of surplus value, and therefore no possibility of tracing to a single source profit, interest, and ground rent, no possibility of understanding the mysterious fluctuations of agricultural production during the last 150 years. Without the labor theory of value, it would be impossible to understand the long-term tendencies of prices, which are ultimately determined by the amounts of labor needed to produce commodities. The theory of prices of production, of costs of production itself, becomes purely empirical and ceases to explain anything if the labor theory of value is abandoned. Because, in Marx's calculations, the equalization of the rate of profit shares out a body of surplus value previously created, the size of which is explained by means of the labor theory of value. When this criterion is abandoned, that is, when the total sum of prices of production has to equal the total sum of value, one is driven to deducing the amount of profit from the fluctuations of supply and demand with 1,000 refinements, and so finds oneself left with prices which oscillate in a vacuum instead of around a pre-established and given axis. The consequences of this are felt especially in the field of the calculation of national income and the study of possibilities of economic development, above all for the underdeveloped countries. In science, any refusal to face fundamental theoretical problems always has to be paid for. The utility of keeping the labor theory of value, that is, of a coherent economic system forming a whole, is thus fully demonstrated. It remains to deal rapidly with some of the most frequently met objections to this labor theory of value, by declaring that all commodities have a common property, that of being the product of human labor. Marx is said to have deliberately excluded from the list all commodities which are not products of human labor, but free gifts of nature, land, minerals, oil wells, special sites, etc. 68. Or, in other words, if labor were the cause of value, value would be absent where labor is absent. 69. Indeed, nature's gifts have, in fact, no value, except where they are the product of real human labor. The Dutch and Flemish polders, irrigated and reclaimed land, drained marshes, etc. If they sometimes have a price, this results from the establishment of an artificial monopoly of a social kind, restricting ownership of them. When this monopoly is absent, the price vanishes along with it. As for minerals, they are without value only in so far as they remain underground. But the labor of extracting them creates value all right, just as does the labor needed to transport them to where their consumers are concentrated. 2. By declaring that all commodities have a single common property, that of being products of human labor, Marx is said to have eliminated from his reasoning a series of other properties common to all commodities, that of being products of nature, of being scarce, of being subject to the law of supply and demand, and so on. 70 Marx nowhere, in fact, declares that the only property common to commodities is that they are products of human labor. He stresses, along with Aristotle and all the chief economists, ancient and modern, that commodities all have in common use value and exchange value. But whereas use value, a particular link between the object and the individual, can obviously not be an objective link, a common measure usable by the buyer and the seller at once, since, by definition, the commodity sold has no utility for the seller at the moment when he sells it. Exchange value must be measurable by a property common to all the producers who appear on the market, a social property which makes it possible to weave a fabric of relationships between all these producers. The scarcity of commodities is a precondition for producing them, but it is not commensurable in any exact way as between two commodities. It can at most be deduced from the allocation of the total labor time available to society between the two branches of social production concerned. And this indirect procedure thus brings us back to the property of commodities as human labor, universal and abstract, in congealed form, pieces of the total labor time available to society, that is, it brings us back to the labor theory of value. 3. If labor were the only source of value, equal labor would produce equal value. Experience, however, points to the contrary. The same labor, producing two pieces of meat coming from different parts of an ox, results in two different values. 71 First, the critics mix up price and value. Market prices vary around value but are not identical with it. Next, they mix up individual labor and socially necessary labor. It is not the individual's expenditure of labor that creates value, but only the expenditure of labor which is recognized as socially necessary by the market. That depends on relative levels of productivity, and we thus find ourselves face to face with the problem of the equalization of the rate of profit. 4. If labor were the only source of value, the value of a commodity ought to remain unchanged, since the labor incorporated in it has been given once for all. Yet the value of commodities changes with time. It may fall, as in periods of crisis, or it may rise, as happens with works of art, etc. 12 Once again, the critics here mix up value and price. Monopoly prices may depart very far from value, as is the case with the prices of works of art. Commodity prices may fall sharply during a crisis. That does not at all mean that some other, mysterious factor is suddenly determining their value. It simply means that the market has shown a posteriori that a large proportion of the labor expended to produce these commodities was wasted. From the social standpoint, does not constitute socially necessary labor, and thus receives no equivalent from society in the act of exchange. The marginalist theory of value and neoclassical political economy, eclectic political economy, failed, however, to give complete satisfaction either to scholars who continued to try to answer the questions which previous generations had bequeathed to them, or to the bourgeoisie itself, which found itself constantly exposed to the risk that, starting from the popularization of Ricardo's ideas, economists might pursue some point in the direction of socialism, as happened with John Stuart Mill. In order to neutralize the socialist danger, which was felt with a special keenness after the Revolution of 1848, and above all after the Paris Commune, 1871, the entire structure based on the labor theory of value had to be demolished. This was the great turning point of bourgeois political economy, towards the marginal theory of value, which was prepared so early as 1855, independently of each other, 73 by Hermann Gosson and Richard Jennings, and which culminated in the British, Jevons, 1871, Viennese, Menger, 1871, and Swiss, Walras, 1874, neoclassical schools. As compared with the eclectic and vulgar conceptions, the neoclassicists were distinguished by a greater methodological rigor. Like the classical economists, they strove not to leave any economic phenomena unelucidated, not to gloss over any question, to provide the material for the building of a coherent structure. The apologetic nature of this structure is shown not so much in the conclusions as in the methodology and the initial hypotheses. The system is coherent, but it is divorced from reality, which it fails either to grasp statistically or a fortiori, to explain in its laws of development. From Petty to Ricardo and Marx, every theory of value was objective, that is, its ultimate starting point was production, value was identified with cost of production, or revolved around it. The influence of demand upon value, as an independent variable, was denied, and even when it was indirectly taken into consideration, it appeared only as an indirect function of production itself, since all incomes were regarded as having been created in production. Indeed, the entire classical theory was oriented for this reason towards a synthesis between microeconomic and macroeconomic conceptions, a synthesis which Marx alone proved capable of achieving successfully. The neoclassical school, however, approached the problem in an altogether different way. It was a school of pure microeconomics, considering that value can and should be determined for each commodity taken separately. It regarded this value no longer as a function of cost of production but as a function of the independent influence of demand upon cost of production *. The separation of exchange value from use value, the starting point of the classical school, was questioned. It was declared, on the contrary, that exchange value is essentially a function of use value, of the utility of the given commodity. But how is this utility to be measured? The neoclassicists here came up against a difficulty which all their predecessors had encountered, from Aristotle to Jean-Baptiste Say, and including both the French monk Buridan and the encyclopedist Condillac. If I ask somebody, "What is the utility of this knife to you?" he will reply, "A very great utility," or "I use it a lot," or else "I have no need of it at all." Nobody answers a question like this by stating a quantity, any sort of measure of use value. Resigning themselves to not being able to express use value quantitatively, the marginalists fell back on a quantitative expression of the needs which use value has to meet. They laid down individual scales of needs. This is why this school has been correctly described as being subjectivist, since its starting point is purely arbitrary, subjective. As Rudolf Hilferding put it, whereas Marx and the classical economists start from the social character of the act of exchange, and regard exchange value as an objective link between owners, producers, of different commodities, the marginalists start from the individual character of needs, and regard exchange value as a subjective link between the individual and the thing. 74 Nevertheless, the quantitative expression of needs is not enough to overcome the difficulty. A man obviously has more need of bread and water than of a diamond. Yet a diamond has a higher exchange value than that of bread. A man has even more need of air, which normally possesses no exchange value. This is why the neoclassical theory states, it is not the intensity of the need in itself, but the intensity of the last fragment of need not satisfied, of the marginal utility, that determines value. Starting from this general idea, the neoclassical school worked out a series of curves, the intersection points of which are supposed to show conditions of equilibrium, curves of supply and demand, determining equilibrium prices, curves of indifference and of prices determining the quantities of commodities demanded at particular levels of income, curves of marginal costs, determining for entrepreneurs the levels of production which will guarantee them the highest profits, a curve of wages offered and of disutility of labor, determining the demand for employment, a curve of interest rates offered and profit expected, determining the volume of investment, a curve of the accumulated amount of capital and of the mass of money capital available, determining the rate of interest, and so on. In the end, the whole system is in perfect static equilibrium, profit itself having disappeared, at least in Walras's work, since under conditions of total competition the value of the marginal product which determines the value of all production is dissolved into depreciated capital, wages, interest, and ground rent. 75 A marginalist theory of general equilibrium is thus perfected, which one writer has summed up as follows. Under conditions of competition, we are told, the entrepreneur increases the employment of each factor of production to the point at which the marginal productivity of this factor, net product obtained thanks to the last unit employed, is equal to the price of this factor on the market, and he increases his production to the point at which the marginal cost of the product, cost of the last unit, is equal to the price of the product. In a situation like this, the satisfactions obtained by the consumers are at their highest because any transfer of a factor of production would result in a reduction of the value created by this factor. In the case of a worker, for instance, he is producing in an hour, where he is working at this moment, a value equal to his wages. If he were to be transferred elsewhere, he would produce a little less. In fact, he would be added to a group of workers whose marginal productivity is already equal to their wages, so that his own productivity would necessarily be a little less. 76. Eric Rolle is right to criticize the mechanistic thesis of Bukharin, according to which the marginalist school reflected the special interests of a new stratum of rentiers which had made its appearance among the bourgeoisie. 77. But Bukharin was right when he stressed that the marginalist school adopts the point of view of the rentier, or, more precisely, of the capitalist who has withdrawn from the sphere of enterprise, for this school does start from individual consumption rather than social production, which had been the starting point of the classical economists and of Marx. 78. It is not accidental that the examples used by the founders of the neoclassical school are nearly all drawn from luxury production. The special nature of the neoclassical school is further emphasized by the fact that it was for a long time unable to determine the marginal value of capital goods. In the end it managed to do this only by introducing, with Baumgartner, the notion of a roundaboutness of production which becomes more and more intensified as capital goods increasingly enter into the process, a roundaboutness which has to be paid for. It is, moreover, unable to explain how, from the clash of millions of different individual needs there emerge not only uniform prices, but prix which remain stable over long periods, even under perfect conditions of free competition * rather than an explanation of constants, and of the basic evolution of economic life. The marginal technique provides at best an explanation of ephemeral, short-term variations. It is significant that in Walras's fundamental work he starts from the example of sellers and buyers. Inclined to go in for bidding, that is, to stock exchange speculators. 79 * Today, most economists readily admit that the equilibrium system of the neoclassicists is totally divorced from reality. 80. It does not take into account the particular institutional framework of capitalism, which makes quite absurd the notion that wages are determined by the product of the last unit of his time that the worker wishes to give up rather than devote it to leisure. It does not take into account the dynamic character of competition and the continual disturbances of equilibrium which it causes. It is essentially static and brings in dynamics as at most an element disturbing equilibrium, whereas in reality equilibrium is only a transient moment in a spasmodic economic movement which is in ceaseless oscillation. It has no explanation to offer either for periodical crises or for structural crises. Carried to its logical conclusion, it even denies the phenomenon of imperialism, or, more precisely, denies that there is any connection between imperialism and the laws of development of capitalism. 81. The neoclassical theory is not only divorced from social reality as a whole. It is also divorced from the practical reality of everyday life. The labor theory of value can be demonstrated empirically, even if only in the sense that, in the last analysis, all the elements of the cost of production of a commodity tend to be reduced to labor, and to labor alone, if one goes far enough back in the analysis. Despite all the teachings of the neoclassical school, capitalist businessmen continue to calculate their costs of production on this basis, and when they seek to make comparative productivity calculations, they do this using the yardstick of amount of labor expended, and using this yardstick only. 84. The Keynesian Revolution. The marginalist theory of value and the neoclassical school based upon it dominated bourgeois economic thought for 3/4 of a century. Their objective function was, no doubt, purely apologetic to justify the capitalist order as more or less inevitable, to justify wages, prices, and profits as the result of exchanges carried out on an equal footing. Insofar as the capitalist expansion which marked the second half of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th itself constitutes a much more powerful argument in favor of capitalism than any theoretical construction, the bourgeoisie felt no need for a trend of economic thought other than this purely apologetic school. Several generations of economists, however, showed themselves dissatisfied with the answers given by the neoclassical school, especially to the problems of investment, the rate of interest, money, the quantity theory of money, and periodical crises. The neoclassical school began breaking up on its weakest sides, that is, the difficulties it met in formulating a dynamic theory, a theory of growth, starting from the microeconomic data of marginal value, and the difficulty of reconciling the theory of prices resulting from supply and demand * with the theory of prices resulting from the quantity of money in circulation. It was in this way that the idea of a rate of interest resulting from the supply and demand of capital, a rate of interest which rises until the demand ceases because it is excessive, was refuted at the beginning of the century by the Swedish economist Wicksell. The latter showed that the rate of interest in equilibrium is determined by the relation between saving and investment, and Gunnar Myrdal, a pupil of Wicksell's, went still further, explaining that this rate of interest actually depends on the return expected from investment, 85 that is, on the rate of profit, as Marx says. While, during the 19th century, only critics of capitalism concerned themselves with crisis phenomena, after the end of that century Baranovsky began, under the direct influence of Marx, the empirical study of periodical crises, which led to the modern theories of the economic cycle and economic growth. He was inspired, moreover, by all the procedures worked out by Marx, such as the division of social production into two sectors, the question of the periodical renewal of fixed capital, etc. Following Baranovsky, Spyathoff, Avdolian, Bounatian, W. C. Mitchell, Schumpeter and others also concerned themselves with studying and trying to explain the empirical data of crises. In 1917 the University of Harvard set up a special institute for the study of cyclical fluctuations, Harvard Committee for Economic Research. But it was only after the great economic crisis of 1929 to 1933 that official economic theory completed the turn which has come to be known as the Keynesian Revolution. This causal relation between experienced historical reality and the change in economic thinking is nowhere so clearly seen as in Keynes himself. In his treatise on money, Keynes remained attached to the quantity theory of money, a theoretical construction separate from the main body of neoclassical economic thought. Under the influence of Alfred Marshall, he still dealt with money as a mere medium of exchange and not as simultaneously a medium of payment and a store of value. It was under the direct influence of the crisis that he wrote in 1936 his generous theory of employment, interest, and money, which overturned these traditional notions. Taken together, the equilibrium equations worked out by Walras theoretically implied full employment. A society based on free competition would have automatically a tendency towards full employment, and the only unemployment conceivable within this framework was frictional unemployment. If crises did break out, then they must be due basically to phenomena of currency disorder and excessive strain on credit. Keynes, however, had before him the example of the British economy between 1918 and 1938, in which for 20 years about 0% of the working class remained unemployed. Equilibrium thus could perfectly well coincide with large-scale unemployment. There must be a flaw in the academic theoretical explanation. Keynes discovered this flaw in the twofold function of money, as being both a medium of exchange and a medium of payment, potential, demand for commodities on the market. Now, households and firms may take two decisions regarding the sums of money they possess, a decision to spend, consume, them, or a decision to hoard them. And since it is the volume of demand that determines the level of economic activity, the latter will fluctuate with the propensity to consume, that is, according to whether incomes as a whole are spent or not. As households usually spend the bulk of their income, it is fluctuations in the expenditure of firms, fluctuations in investment, that ultimately determine the volume of demand, employment, and production. The Keynesian theory is an income theory, since it makes the level of employment dependent in the last analysis on the allocation of income. And since a certain allocation of income, of demand, is essential if full employment is to be achieved, Keynes proposes that public expenditure be brought in to make up for the inadequacy of investment when there is a fall in income and excessive unemployment. Thanks to the operation of the multiplier *, all public expenditure increases national income by an amount greater than itself. This is how the theory of deficit spending is arrived at, extra public expenditure making it possible to prime the pump of recovery. Thereby, Keynes broke radically with a whole series of dogmas which were generally accepted in his age, the dogma by which a crisis, even that of 1929, could be overcome if only wages could fall sufficiently low to make production profitable once more for the entrepreneur, without answering the question, who is to buy the results of this production, the dogma of stability of the currency as something to be preserved at all costs, the dogma that all income always ends by being spent, the law of markets, etc. The historical significance of this break is obvious. It is the turn in bourgeois political economy from an apologetic function to a pragmatic one. Instead of justifying capitalism in theory, it was now a matter of saving it in practice, prolonging its existence, by weakening the violence of periodical fluctuations. Social control of economic cycles had become a political necessity, both within each country and internationally. The principal practical problem of our own generation is the maintenance of employment, and it has now become the principal problem of economic theory. 87 Keynes and his followers were pursuing a practical purpose, organizing state intervention in economic life in order to bring about a weakening in the violence of crises. All their theoretical preoccupations pointed in that direction. Purely theoretical problems were brushed aside more and more peremptorily. One of Keynes's disciples, Samuelson, is content to start, in his textbook Economics, from the fact of the three factors of production, without even bothering to formulate a theory of value. Being pragmatic, the Keynesian school is essentially macroeconomic. In order to save capitalism, this school focuses attention on the major economic aggregates and points to them as the object of possible intervention by the public authorities. The value, or the individual price, of commodities matters little. The decisive turn of official political economy towards macroeconomic theory made it possible to deepen the theory of the economic cycle and of economic growth, and through the medium of econometry it has given birth to a series of new techniques for economic research, forecasting and planning, which are 720. As useful for a society which has abolished capitalism as for capitalist society itself, if not more so. These positive elements contained in the Keynesian revolution cannot be denied. They constitute, moreover, on the whole, at least objectively, a return to classical conceptions, if not to those of Marx. Keynes's criticism of the theory of markets and of the quantity theory of money is to be found in its essentials. In Marx's work, even the theory of interest based on liquidity preference originated with Marx. Nevertheless, Keynes remained a prisoner, in a number of spheres, of the mistaken ideas of the neoclassical marginalist school *, and his pragmatism often puts him rather cynically in the service of the bourgeoisie, as when he declares his preference for price increases, moderate inflation, since the workers put up much less opposition to a reduction in real wages, through a price increase, than to a reduction in nominal wages. 89 He continues to regard forecasts by entrepreneurs as the decisive factor in the cyclical progress of the economy, without asking himself whether these forecasts do not depend ultimately on objective factors, such as changes in the rate of profit. He continues to speak indiscriminately of income and saving, without making the fundamental distinction between the income of the workers, which is rarely saved. All working class saving is literally deferred consumption, and capitalist saving, which alone has the choice between investment and hoarding. While understanding the importance of the phenomenon of hoarding, practically ignored by the marginalists, he excessively restricts its importance by defining investment as an asset in some form or other. 90 Which brings us back to the equilibrium equation whereby saving equals investment, whereas it would have been enough to use the concept of productive investment in order to strengthen the entire argument considerably. Finally, though he rebukes the marginalist school for basing itself on the theorem of fixed income, he himself employs the no less unrealistic theorem of the present volume and amount of equipment, linked with the mobile rate of profit. 91 Whereas the fluctuations of this rate depend precisely on the evolution of the accumulated amount of fixed capital, as he admits, moreover, in another passage. As regards the entire problem of capital accumulation, his views are excessively colored by the experience of the period 1920 to 1935 in Britain. A period of semi-stagnation. The econometrists. The income theory and economic cycle theory of the Keynesian school brought economic thought to the point where the need was felt to represent the system in the form of mathematical models. Thus, very soon, from the end of the 1930s and the beginning of the 1940s onward, macroeconomic models began to be constructed for studying the cycle, especially models based on the combination of the multiplier and the accelerator asterisk. Then models of economic growth, based on the capital coefficient, and finally, input-output tables and operational research calculations. Adopted only in a fragmentary and spasmodic way in capitalist economy, these techniques will not really find their full application except within the framework of a planned and socialized economy, to which their usefulness would be undeniable, especially where hard mechanical problems needed solving, choice between different investment projects with the same priority aim, progressive replacement of current technical processes by new ones, determination of the more or less underdeveloped state of certain regions and of the type of investment most appropriate to overcoming this backwardness, etc. The refusal to use these techniques in the USSR in the Stalin epoch was justified by pseudo-theoretical arguments which were quite valueless, and caused a great deal of harm to the economic development of that country. While, however, econometry is a valid technique, it is only a technique, and even only an auxiliary technique. It cannot in itself either set problems or give direction to economic policy, it always remains in the service of a way of looking at things and a policy which are previously determined. Any attempt to attribute an excessive importance to this technique, or a universal or absolute value to the results of econometric research, must result in unavoidable confusion and error. Above all, the econometric technique is a technique of simplification. It is obliged to work with some data, some variants which are known and quantifiable. 92 Like neo-Jackycal theory, it has always to operate with the well-known limitation, all other things being equal. But while this limitation is without importance in a purely theoretical context, it becomes decisive as soon as abstract speculation is no longer what is involved, but precise forecasting with a view to action. The result of any econometric calculation must be regarded as raw material to which a much fuller dialectical analysis has to be applied, taking into account a large number of variants and secondary factors which the calculation itself left on one side. Consequently, every econometric calculation is predetermined by the point of view of whoever has formulated the problem. Depending on whether one accepts or not the hypothesis that there is an interaction between the level of consumption and the return of an investment which is forecast, the choice of the capital coefficient on which the calculation is to be based will differ substantially. One estimate of the value of the multiplier differing by only one decimal point from another, may lead to considerable differences in the results forecast. The adoption or not of the labor theory of value, and the determining of the national income as a function of this theory or not, will lead to different formulae and different preferences in the solving of equations to determine the optimum growth rate. Depending on whether one regards the population as merely so many mouths to be fed or as also a potential labor force whose creative possibilities should be mobilized, the result of a calculation of the possible growth of the national income per head of population in an underdeveloped environment may differ by as much as one differs from 2 or 3. Econometry thus has to remain subordinate to a general economic theory. As soon as it seeks to become independent of any such theory, it risks going astray. Keynes understood this very well, and wrote, in a famous dispute with Tinbergen, "Am I right in thinking that the method of multiple correlation analysis, that is, the statistical method, essentially depends on the economist having furnished, not merely a list of the significant causes, which is correct so far as it goes, but a complete list? For example, suppose 3 factors are taken into account, it is not enough that these should be in fact veri causa, there must be no other significant factor. If there is a further factor, not taken account of, then the method is not able to discover the relative quantitative importance of the first 3. If so, this means that the method is only applicable where the economist is able to provide beforehand a correct and indubitably complete analysis of the significant factors. The method is one neither of discovery nor of criticism." 93. An apologetic variant of Marxism. The most fertile period of Marxist economic theory was that between 1894 and 1914. After the publication by Friedrich Engels of volumes 2 and 3 of Marx's Capital, and the assimilation of these volumes, after the publication by Koskai of Marx's History of Economic Doctrines, Theorien über den Mehrwert, in an atmosphere of rapid advance of the labor movement and of intense ideological struggle between Marxists and revisionists, there came out, one after another, Lenin's work on the development of capitalism in Russia, Koskai's *C chapter 16. On capitalism in agriculture, Parvis's first studies of imperialism. The debates among the Russian legal Marxists on the theory of crises. And then, the culmination of this entire epoch. Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital and Rosa Luxemburg's Accumulation of Capital, followed up, moreover, by important articles and pamphlets devoted to discussing and popularizing the ideas in these books. By Koskai, Otto Bauer. Pannekoek and Lenin, Imperialism, the Last Phase of Capitalism. The bulk of these studies constituted a bringing up to date of Marxism in face of the structural transformations which had taken place in the world market as well as in the imperialist countries themselves in the epoch of monopolies which Marx and Engels had been able to sense the coming of but which they had not lived to analyze in detail. A second phase of development of Marxist economic theory, less fertile than the first, extended from the end of the First World War to the beginning of the great economic crisis of 1929 to 1933. 2 categories of problems held the center of attention, those of a society in transition between capitalism and socialism, that is of Soviet economy, and those of imperialism. In the former category should be mentioned the works of Bukharin and Varga, Preobrazhenskai's The New Economics, the first Soviet textbook of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, and more specialized articles by Stremlin, Trotsky, Gaitovsky and others. To the second category belong works by Henrik Grossman, Fritz Sternberg and Otto Bauer. But at the very moment when the bankruptcy of traditional bourgeois political economy became plain, and when bourgeois economic thought made its great pragmatic tum, Marxist economic thought, far from making a fresh leap forward, itself experienced a pragmatic transformation, at least in the Soviet Union and in every milieu dominated by the Soviet Union. From being an instrument of research into objective truth, it was degraded to the role of justifying a posteriori the political or economic decisions taken by the government of the USSR. While a study of the various successive justifications of the twists and turns of Soviet policy has now only a purely historical interest, this does not apply to the apologetic distortions introduced into the corpus of Marxist economic theory itself. The 2 most important of these relate to the question of defining socialist society in particular as regards commodity production and to that of payment of labor power in a society transitional between capitalism and socialism, and a fortiori in socialist society itself. The labor theory of value implies that commodity production disappears with the market. That is, with any form of circulation of products in which human labor has to go the roundabout way of exchange in order to be adjudged socially necessary or not. 94. The passages on this point in the writings of Marx and Engels are numerous and 724. Unequivocal, Critique of the Gotha Program, 9 Engels Letter to Koski of September 1884, etc. The disappearance of commodity production depends, however, on two factors: the withering away of all private ownership of products in circulation, any form of property different from collective ownership, and a disappearance of conditions of partial shortage such that exchange of labor power against a limited quantity of consumer goods can be abolished as the means of distributing products. These two conditions are necessary for completing the construction of a socialist society. The official Soviet thesis, according to which the construction of socialism has been finished in the USSR since 1936, though the categories commodity, value, money still obviously apply there, represents a revision of the Marxist theory of socialist society. The textbook of political economy published in August 1954, adopting the theme of Stalin's article on economic problems of socialism in the U.S.S.R., defends this same revisionist view. 96 It declares that the survival of commodity production follows, in the USSR, from the existence of two forms of socialist property, namely, state property and collective farm property, whereas in reality the survival of commodity production follows from the inadequate development of the productive forces. In this way it was possible to expound the idea of a socialist society having a level of development of the productive forces, and a standard of living, lower than in the most advanced capitalist countries. Such an idea is in contradiction with the basic theses of Marxism. The apologetic nature of these ideas is obvious. They were formulated a posteriori in order to justify a political thesis of the leaders of the state, namely, that the construction of socialism had been completed in the USSR. They were formulated in order to hide from the citizens of the USSR the enormous gap which existed in that period between their standard of living and that of the citizens of the most advanced capitalist countries. By justifying the continued existence of commodity production under socialism, the authors of this thesis likewise justified the continued existence of social inequality and alienation of labor in this strange socialist society. Even plainer is the apologetic character of the theory according to which payment for labor in socialist society is regulated according to the quantity and quality of labor performed for society. This formula is nowhere to be found in Marx. On the contrary, he makes it quite clear, in the critique of the Gotha program, that in the first phase of socialist society the producers will be paid only in accordance with the quantity of labor performed. 97 In Anti-Delayering, Engels even explains why payment in accordance with the quality of labor, which is reasonable in capitalist society so long as the costs of acquiring special skills are met by private persons, loses all significance in a socialist society in which these costs are completely socialized. 98. Far from being a special application of the labor theory of value to a socialist society, the theory of payment in accordance with the quantity and quality of labor performed is nothing but a crude justification of the differences in wages which exist de facto in the USSR. And in other societies in transition from capitalism to socialism under a marked degree of bureaucratic domination. It is nowhere to be found in the writing of any of the Soviet theoreticians of the first 10 years of the U.S.S.R.'s existence, neither in Lenin, nor in Bukharin, nor in the first textbook of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov. It makes its first appearance in 1932, when what was needed was precisely to provide an apologia for the sharp increase in social inequality. Since then it has been repeated by innumerable official textbooks, in Yugoslavia as well, and by Western writers adapting themselves closely to the policy of the Soviet state. It is contained in the textbook of political economy published in 1954. 100. But this apologetic theory stumbles over an obvious difficulty. Though in capitalist society skilled work can be regarded as complex labor, that is, simple labor multiplied by a coefficient which takes account of the costs incurred in acquiring the given skill, it is never paid very much more than simple labor. In the Soviet Union, however, the differentials remain very large. They were huge in the Stalin era. A theory had to be found to justify these differentials. This is why John Eaton 102 writes that the quality of the labor performed is judged in accordance with the social utility of the labor performed. Leontiev was apparently the inventor of this idea. In adopting it, however, theoreticians calling themselves Marxist made a 180-degree turn. For any theory which determines payment by the social utility of the labor performed, and no longer by an objective criterion which permits different kinds of labor to be measured comparatively, makes a final break with the labor theory of value in order to pass over into the camp of the subjective theory of value. Doubtless a thesis which endeavors frankly to justify social inequality must lead to such a theory. Is it not purely subjectivism to declare that some economic law determines that the wages of an admiral, or of a prima ballerina, should be 20 times as high as the wages of an average skilled worker, while Marxism rejects without reserve any theory by which the quantity and quality of labor determines payment in socialist society, it readily admits that in the transitional phase between capitalism and socialism differences in payment may be maintained for purposes of obvious economic efficacy, where technicians, engineers, and other indispensable specialists are concerned. 103 But Marxism explains that this is in no way an application of its principles but rather a departure from them, as also from the labor theory of value, and that this departure must disappear in due course. It further explains that this departure is a constant source of corruption, demoralization, and bureaucratization, and that social and economic measures must be taken to restrict as much as possible the bureaucratic distortion which inevitably results from this phenomenon. 104. New developments in economic thinking in the USSR. The great industrialization debate of the 1920s was the last opportunity for the development of economic thinking in the USSR after the coming of the Stalin regime. The next 2 decades saw the stifling of all independent development of critical thought. The degeneration of Marxism into a form of apologetics transformed it at the same time into a form of scholasticism incapable of responding to genuine and fresh problems otherwise than with a sterile juggling of quotations. But the advance of Soviet economy and technique itself threw up problems which the scholasticism proved unable to solve. Even before Stalin's death there was to be observed, accordingly, a certain reawakening, extremely cautious, to be sure, of independent economic research, which actually culminated in a controversy marked by a certain amount of critical freedom, namely, the discussion about the choice to be made between different investment projects. 105 After Stalin's death, and especially after the effects of Khrushchev's reforms had been exhausted, Soviet economic thought underwent a true rebirth. A rarely substantial number of works appeared which made really new contributions. The main tendency, however, was clearly pragmatic. It is obviously less important to writers like Kantorovich, Novozhelov, Nemchinov, Malyshev, and so on, to discover the economic laws of the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism than to find solutions to practical problems. Among the latter, the problem of rational fixing of prices is clearly the most outstanding. The mathematician Kantorovich had, so far back as 1939, begun the development in the USSR of the technique of linear programming and operational research. He had sought to rehabilitate the use of the differential calculus and of marginalism in the solving of microeconomic problems. In the discussion about prices which arose during the 1950s and then again in the 1960s, the theoretical contribution made by the Kantorovich-Novozhelov school remained extremely abstract. In fact, so far as these writers were concerned, as with others, attention was focused on certain rather elementary practical problems, such as the struggle to include a rate of interest, cost of using fixed capital, in the calculation of costs of production. The reforming effects of Lieberman, tending to rehabilitate the intervention of the law of supply and demand in the formation of retail selling prices, were not connected so much with this school of thought as with that of Malyshev, called the price of production school. In so far as what is involved is a mere technique of rationalizing the distribution of consumer goods, and adapting the production of them more rapidly and efficiently to the needs of consumers, no a priori objection can be brought against it. However, the theoretical, political and social context in which the adoption of this technique is taking place is that of a more and more thoroughgoing revision of the Marxist premises of economic planning in the transition period between capitalism and socialism. In this context, the reforms in question are fraught with risks affecting the cohesion of the planning system taken as a whole. What the Soviet economists are actually trying to find is a system of automatic response, of self-regulating factors which would make it possible to obtain optimum economic results independently of any conscious human intervention. Reacting with justification against bureaucratic hypercentralization, and rejecting for socio-economic reasons which are no less obvious the ideal solution of democratic control by the mass of producers and consumers, they can do nothing but rehabilitate to an increasing degree the automatic functioning of the market. Thus adjustment of supply to demand, in the sphere of consumer goods, is sought by way of providing enterprises with material incentives and, at least in theoretical writings, a striving for the average profit on the part of each Soviet firm is already openly envisaged. 107 From this moment onwards, however, the pressure of the technocrats and managers, materially interested in maximum profit, to extend free price formation from the sphere of consumer goods to that of capital goods will become stronger and stronger, because it is obvious that so long as the prices of capital goods are administrative prices, that is to say, planning devices intended to channel investment by the enterprises in determined directions, enterprises will remain a long way away from the maximum profit which could be achieved with free prices. From the moment, however, when supply and demand determine the prices of capital goods as well as consumer goods, the entire logic of planning will start to break up. From then onward, investments will no longer be guided towards consciously chosen priority talks, but will proceed according to market mechanisms. Needless to say, this reorientation of investments, far from increasing the economic rationality of the system, would merely reproduce in it the classical blemishes of capitalist free enterprise, waste through excess capacity, duplication in the employment of resources, widespread tendencies for production to run away with itself, and even periodical overproduction and unemployment. The fact that the revived discussion among Soviet economists remains largely restricted to the supporters of conservative doctrines, that is, those inspired by the practice of the Stalin period, and the supporters of renovating doctrines which point increasingly in the direction of revisionism, shows the limited character of the renaissance of economic theory in the USSR. At the risk of indulging in excessive schematism, it would be possible to depict these two schools of thought as reflecting, respectively, the interests of the central bureaucracy and the interests of the bureaucracy and technocracy at enterprise level. The point of view of the proletariat is not represented in the discussion. When the proletarian view is formulated, it will doubtless take into account all the contributions of up-to-date technique, including those of higher mathematics, but it will at the same time reduce the problem to its proper proportions. It is not by any functioning of clockwork devices, excluding conscious human intervention, that the optimum growth of the planned, socialized economy can be achieved. Transferring to the macroeconomic level techniques which are valid for solving microeconomic problems leads inevitably to the worst of contradictions. Optimum growth is a function of socialist democracy, of discussion, and of the trying out in practice of different variants. It is above all a function of continuous control by the workers over the use of machinery, raw materials, and finished products in their spheres of work. For this control is in the long run a much more effective instrument than the most precise calculations of rates of interest on investment funds for ferreting out unused production capacities. In order that it may function on a large scale, it is not sufficient for the workers to be materially interested, which can be arranged within the framework of a system of self-management. It is further necessary that they possess social and political freedom and make use of it on as extensive a scale as possible, and that the entire political climate should encourage them to do this. The end of political economy. Every science is an instrument of knowledge, an attempt to reply to certain questions. The questions which political economy endeavors to answer: what is value? What is the source of capital and surplus value? How are wages determined? What is the influence of the circulation of money on prices and the state of business? How does reproduction operate? Etc. are born with commodity production and money economy, and will therefore die with them. It was not accidental that Marx subtitled Capital, a critique of political economy, and that his preparatory work for Capital was called, Fundamental Features of a Critique of Political Economy, Grundrisse Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. For Marx, political economy was essentially an ideology. Just as there is no Marxist philosophy, so there is no Marxist political economy. Marx's work goes beyond these two great ideologies of his age, beyond one in the Marxist theory of knowledge, materialist dialectics, beyond the other in Marxist economic theory, dialectics of the evolution of human societies. From the disintegration of philosophy by Marx, two lines of inquiry open out, the positive natural sciences, on the one hand, and dialectics, on the other. Similarly, the surpassing of political economy leaves behind two survivals, the applied economic sciences, organization of industrial and agricultural production, sciences of organization in general, and Marxist economic theory. Marx himself, and after him Rosa Luxemburg, Hilferding, Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, are quite definite on this point. Political economy withers away together with the economic categories it tries to explain. Once for all, I may here state that by classical political economy I understand that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society, in contradistinction to vulgar economy, which deals with appearances only. Adding that this political economy shows itself incapable of penetrating the ultimate secrets of value. 111 Lenin, however, seems to reject this view. Referring to a definition by Engels, he supposes that a new, socialist political economy will apply to a fully developed socialist society. 112 And in this connection he asks, will not the equilibrium equation L equals VL plus SL apply in communist society? By analyzing this question we grasp the precise sense in which political economy withers away by being transcended. It goes without saying that so long as commodity production exists, economic science continues to exist as an instrument for knowing reality. It thus remains fully applicable in a society in transition from capitalism to socialism, and in the first phase of socialist society itself. But when this process of withering away of categories has been completed, no place remains for an economic doctrine comparable to Marxist doctrine. As a science of present-day reality, it will continue to exist only as an instrument for knowing the past, and a safeguard against possible future catastrophes. There will be nothing more to explain. All economic relations will have become transparent. Insofar as the formula L equals VL plus SL is an equation between values, exchange values, capital, it will obviously have lost all validity in a society based on plenty, in which economic categories will have disappeared. What will undoubtedly continue to exist for a long period, down to the time when all economic calculation becomes superfluous, will be the need to measure the replacement needs of the stock of machinery, first in amounts of labor and then, when the age of plenty has begun, in material quantities. What will continue to exist will thenceforth be the need to calculate the utility or disutility of a particular rate of replacement, no longer in value, but in accordance with men's conscious choices, giving priority of human considerations freed from all iron laws. This survival of political economy will be a positive natural science, a science which will undoubtedly integrate the laws of organization and the theory of communication with the laws of individual and social psychology, mental and physical hygiene, etc. It is difficult to prophesy what will be the forms assumed by this positive science. What is certain is that, by virtue of the questions it will seek to answer, it will have little in common with past and present economic theory, with bourgeois political economy, or with the Marxist criticism of it. Marxist economists can claim the honor of being the first category of men of learning to work consciously towards the abolition of their own profession.